3 of 5 group stage action, but if they want to secure a spot into the playoffs, you know, they got to get every win because this region is very contested, and you know, anybody could end up being at the top, and anybody, it seems like, could end up being eliminated.
Exactly. So. Geek fam, yeah, you don't want to go 0-2 because it's a 1-0 versus 0-1, and since you only played 3 games, gotta get that win.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get into our very first match of day 3 action here for ESL 1 LA Online, powered by Intel. Let's throw it over to our first casters of the day. We got none other than Capitalist and Blitz.
That's right. I'm looking forward to the Makoto show. We've got a Void Spirit mid against Carl. This is going to be a fun matchup to watch, just because game of Boom versus Geek Fam. Blitz, do you have any early predictions for this series?
What did we cast? It was when Boom played, or Geek Fam played against who first? Adroit, that's what it was. And Geek Fam ended up winning? No, I thought they lost.
Yeah, Geek Fam lost.
Yeah, Geek Fam lost. They lost 2-1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It was 2-1. I know they got meepoed, and then the Lone Druid Alk game happened.
Yes. They misclicked Lone Druid, apparently.
Yeah, and Adroit did?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they still won.
They did not mean to.
It was a really terrible Lone Druid game. But I did see good things from Geek Fam. I just feel like the one thing is their coordination was terrible at game 3. They had this Naga Disruptor combo, which, guys, if you go check out the VOD for, which you absolutely should, they missed the Sleep Disruptor ulti combo like 4 times, which is an unreasonable amount of times to miss it. Like, at a professional level, I say you can miss like 2, but they doubled that. And that really made life really super hard for them. And on the other side of things, I saw Boom play yesterday, and I was so impressed with Makoto. I thought he did a lot of good things. He reminded me, and this is the highest compliment I could pay any player, of Thompson, in that he just went around and did stuff. He would die, but he did stuff at all times. He was always pushing the game forward into a way where his team was in a winning position, which I thought was really, really good. The only thing is, I felt like, if anything, Dream did not utilize that space as well as I would have liked.
Yeah.
He was 0-4-0 in a game where his teammate had absolutely crushed mid in an unwinnable matchup. And I feel like he did not properly utilize that space enough. And whether or not he was just having an off day, he needs to get his act together if they're going to do really well in this thing.
Yeah, especially in this game, right? Because he is playing a Phantom Lancer that has been countered. You've got Gyrocopter and Leshrac cores so you're going to be matched up against. So the first 25 minutes of your game are going to be really hard.
There is upside, though. I think that late game, they don't touch him.
Yes.
When this PL gets heart, the game is over. There's very little to, I want to say absolutely nothing they can do. And I like speaking in hyperbole because Kyle won't be casting for a bit, so I have to take up that mantle of wild statements.
True. So can you give me a, so heart, 100% they've won.
100%.
Guaranteed.
Won. It's over. Kyle will shave his head if, you know, I'm wrong. So that is one thing. But I do think their early game aggression on the side of Geek Fam is very good. Like, they can run at them nonstop. And they should, because a lot of Boom's lineup is based on, like, they have difficult to pull off team fight. Like, things have to go pretty well for them.
Yeah.
They don't have easy ways of initiating, I should say.
They don't have the easiest way to protect the egg. On the side of Boom.
Their way of protecting the egg is just to fight, I think. And Hyde picks up the first blood on Zephyr. I will say, by the way, Hyde, if Makoto was like the superstar, if he was the MJ yesterday, then Hyde was like the Pippin.
Okay.
You know, like, he made a lot of plays on his Phoenix.
Look to see him continue to do that here in this bottom lane. They've been going back and forth here with this dual lane, now turned tri-lane as he shows up. He was helping FBZ before in a matchup that is not very fun, Pango versus Batrider, so he's just trying to give him a little bit of security for the first level or so.
I would imagine the Pango just pulls waves.
Yeah.
Is the best thing for him. yes, you do have an escape mechanism, but the escape mechanism doesn't push you far enough.
Yes.
And Batrider, the thing about Batrider is like in 1v1 pure lanes, there's very few heroes that beat him, because even the heroes that have like an escape mechanism, for example, I was watching Koikva once play Batrider versus Slark against like some 8K player, and he crushed him. And I was like, how'd you do that? And he's like, because you still have to fight sometimes when you've got sticky stacks. And every single time you have more than like 2, you have to run away.
Yeah.
Or you have to use your defensive ability. Not dying is not the same as winning the lane.
Even the heroes that have low cooldown abilities, let's take Weaver, for example. You, let's say it's a hard matchup. For whatever reason, maybe Batrider gets sat on. Well, when the 1v1 starts occurring, you can always just pull into neutrals.
Yeah.
And get the extra CS. That is an advantage that pretty much no offlaners can really replicate to the same degree that Batrider can. Yeah, Darkseer. That's pretty much
Darkseer's really good. I was thinking that. I think Darkseer should be good in this meta, considering what heroes I think are good. Where everyone's just trying to trade farm and like Darkseer's gonna get free farm. I feel like he should be pretty good as an offlaner. Maybe I'm wrong here.
Do you feel like there's a bit of a lag in that just because? Oh, still managed to pick up that regen rune. And Zephyr may have actually died for that. In fact, he does.
Zephyr.
He braved the Remnant to try and take the regen away from Makoto. A valiant effort, but one that was ultimately more costly than he imagined.
He's gonna die.
And now Makoto is going to get level 6 before Carl, which is really important because that's when you get really good kill potential. Nice block there from Carl. Tanks the Remnant so he can get the deny on the range creep.
Yes, sir. I'm looking up Zephyr's career. He's actually had a pretty decent-ish run. He used to play on Tigers, which was the team with, at one point had Dendi in it.
Led by 1437.
Yeah, they actually won Dream League Season 10, which is the minor, of course, where they went to the KL Major after that. That was with Moon Meander, 1437, that squad.
Kezcute takes a little bit of damage. Raven, not going to push his luck too much. Is he happy with the way this lane's going? Yeah, he's got to be. He's 29-7, second in the CS board.
Yeah, this is one of those rare games. Hold that thought as.
Yeah, he's
like
not only in CS, but now he's going to be gifted a kill here, Raven.
How'd you know he's going to get the last hit?
I just, you just feel it sometimes.
Oh, wow.
When you played enough Dota, you can just read this.
I can't do that.
I just assume with Rocket Barrage, you know? And if he didn't, then you know what I would have said, Blitz?
What?
And I would have said that that kill was stolen away by his support.
I see.
Because,
Rocket Barrage go.
You can't just do that as a carry. You need to run around hitting creeps sometimes. Rocket Barrage go. That is the best new meme that has come out in the last like year.
There's like some really crap ones, but that one and the heroes as beans, I always puts a smile on my face. Have you seen those?
It's a cutesy one, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't mind that. It's inoffensive. It doesn't like hurt my day at all. I enjoy it.
It takes a little bit of creativity.
Yeah. I was gonna make one for Storm, and then I realized I have no artistic bone in my body.
You would have had to put Storm Spirit in the title because nobody would have been able to figure it out.
This is Storm. It's like, oh, cute. Like your 4-year-old drew this? Oh, yes. All right, Hyde is looking around for some wards, and honestly, I'm not sure what he's doing here. I think it is very optimistic for them to hope that they're going to win this.
You know, you talked about having a successful run in Zephyr. Somebody else who, maybe not the most successful run, but a long run, is Dreamocell. He used to go by the name Fervian, if you would recognize that. I would... Initially, I was like, Dreamocell, who is this guy? And then I saw Furby, and I was like, oh, yes. I recognize that name from grinding casting C at Join Dota.
He has a pretty good career. So far, he's earned 43,000 in prize earnings individually, which is very good, which I think is like pretty decent. At the tender age of 22. If I had that money at 22, I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, he started playing real young then.
Yeah, his I mean, his best result was they played at the minor and they got fourth, losing 2-0 to Alliance, in fact.
That is very respectable. I mean, they really shot up at that major, or excuse me, at that minor. Their groups being able to beat Burzy and Business Associates, that was what a hell of a surprise, because I think a lot of people would have rated them for last place.
Oh, they're gonna probably...
Good chain stun. Makoto is going to be able to jump away, and FBC is going to try and get the chain stun onto Zephyr to turn that gank around and claim a kill. He will manage to pick up that bounty. 3-1 now to the favor of Boom.
That Pango death zone, I hate it.
Yeah.
In that mid lane where you're just like, you're just done, son. There's just way too many areas, just like bounce, 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 bounce.
It is a really solid Pango game.
Yeah. And odds-wise, if you saw in the beginning of the game, it was like, did we shot those out?
We're gonna see the odds pop up.
It was like 1.8 to like 1.9.
Very
And
even.
actually, I think Geek Fam was favored, which I think was a little bit surprising because based on their relative performances, I probably would have rated Boom a little bit higher.
Yes, based off of name and such, you probably would go with Geek Fam, but the performance here at this tournament so far, Boom Esports has certainly come to play as Makoto has come up to the top lane to get the kill onto the Bat Rider, who's been free farming this entire time. An important gank.
Dota is the most what have you done for me lately game of all time. That's why I feel like, you know, sometimes I'll watch like No Tail stream and I'll see people talk shit to him or tell him he's wrong. And I'm like, bro, you could win 14 TIs, and there's always somebody that thinks they know better than you.
Yeah.
Which means that, you know, like every TI winner, as soon as they like go soft even for a second, they're done, son.
You know, I've heard that talked about in some of the older players who are still trying to play.
Yeah.
And in a way, it's like their long history goes against them now at this point. Because maybe they're
Everyone
not
thinks
the
you're
highest MMR. Exactly. You're washed up.
You're
what about
set.
those hot new kids? That 17-year-old who's 9K. He's got a promising future. He hasn't been tested yet.
Yeah, it's the Seb conundrum where obviously Seb still had it. No shit, he had it like in spades. And he's now considered like maybe top 3 offlaner all time.
Yeah. I remember being on the analysis desk and being like, yeah, he's got high MMR, but like, does he still have it when it comes to playing professionally? Because he did not back when he was originally
He's one of those
playing.
like exceptions though, where his history did work against him, but he just made it work anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah. But Boom, I mean, I like them, up and coming squad. I feel like this is going to be the random team that I support just because I watched like one of their games. I'm like, I like the way they play. Like they play like cool Dota. But I do think like there's just something missing from them being like really, really good. But hopefully in this league, maybe they can like figure it out.
Is it, can I be as bold to say they need another superstar core?
No, I think that Dreamocell is a good player. I just think that he, right now, maybe I'm judging too harsh based on yesterday, but he just needs to figure out his place in the team a little bit better.
Okay.
But I think he's very talented. Like, no, there's no way I think they should kick him or anything like that. It's just awkward when you have like one player that you consider like a superstar.
Makoto,
I think
he
Cuckoo
does
might
not
kill him.
have dissimulate, so he should be dying here. 15 seconds until his next charge. Cuckoo. Well, should be able to chase him down with sticky napalm and such. It actually might be a little bit closer with this TP. The takeout damage isn't going to be enough. Makoto does actually survive.
Thought he was 100% dead.
Yeah, I thought he had too many stacks. He was going to take too much damage, but...
No, just barely gets out of there. He has been picked up on though when it comes to farm. #1 in the game, gyrocopter right after that.
Yeah.
Well, for like a quarter of a second was Leshrac. But this gyro's had a very good game. Nowadays, I will say, I think PL is really hard to play against. I've been running into him a lot in my pubs, and it feels like there's too many situations where it's just a free PL game. He's good against a lot of the cores that other people like to play against, like especially Wraith King, you know?
His laning is not bad.
No, not at all.
He can punish certain offlaners really hard with Phantom Rush. If he doesn't do that, he jungles very efficiently once he gets level 6.
Yes.
And he's one of the hardest carries in the game, so...
You never feel bad about having a hero that can go Manta, Diffusal, Abyssal. Those are all very useful, annoying items, as they're going to pick up a kill onto Carl.
Yeah, really big pickup there. FBZ actually switched up his build. Originally, he was going to go the Treads build that a lot of people have been going. Instead, he went back into the teamfight build, guarding Greaves for the boys.
I think he needed to. I personally think you don't need 3 DPSers on one team. Like, they have enough damage. What they really need is they need a frontliner, because if you, for example, guys, if you lack an initiator, a tank will do in a pinch. Somebody that can just like run in for you. Yeah. And survives for like an abnormally large amount of time. That can be your initiator. Some guy gets gone on, he lives for a long enough period. And I really like this move by Kezq. I'm 90% sure he knew this was coming based on how he was patrolling. And this is one of those like protective deaths where you're simply just trying to die. And he also knows that the ward is placed there too. So as long as nobody else dies here, this was an excellent death. And hold that thought as more people are going to die here.
Yeah, Heights also going to be caught, but no cores are going to be caught in the action. But the down part is with both supports gone and Geek Fam reaching a point where their lineup is going to be very strong. They are just going to be able to mow down this tier 1 tower. BSJ did say Geek Fam needed like a 5k gold lead by 20 minutes. I think that was the timer he gave, something like that.
That's arbitrary, but I like it, Brian.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to double down on that. He said 100%. If Geek Fam has 5k gold lead by 20 minutes, they cannot lose.
Okay, I like it. Brian's not here to defend himself, so.
Yeah. Mikoto, for a second when I saw the broadsword, I was like, oh, hey, he's going that blade mail build you were telling me about for intelligence cores. But no, he went for the Crystallis.
A lot of people do that, though. Yep. Oh, they're going to go on a Cuckoo. They are...
okay.
This is a whiff and a half if I've seen one.
Yeah.
Oh, are they even going to... They hit him
once, and the Ether Remnant is there to follow up that stun. So
that is a shame that he had to die for that.
In the end, you got the kill. And that's what's important.
They're going to lose one bounty.
What's really important, though, sometimes is bounty runes, and only one of those is going to be played by Boom.
They might not actually have gained any gold because of that.
Yeah.
That's awkward. Oh, I actually thought they knew that that ward was there, though, on the side of Boom.
Yeah.
I think it's actually likely that they just haven't played in that area yet, and that's why the wards haven't been dewarded.
Yeah,
because obviously they smoked upwards. And Kezq, so one thing is if you're playing support, it's really awkward because if you don't have vision there, but you know there's vision there, I think a lot of supports, lower level supports especially that I see in pubs, will just like blindly walk in and go. But you don't want to do that because you're essentially just feeding yourself away. They have vision, you don't, so you have no idea what you're walking into. And the mid game, I would say, has been sped up quite a bit because of the changes. So what used to be like, you know, the 20-minute mark is really when you enter the mid game, where people start to 5-man, is now. So what you should do instead is do this. You smoke into your jungle, your teammate meets you, and then he gets to safely de-ward, and the enemy team will think like, oh, he's just de-warding by himself.
Protect our vision, go kill that guy. All of a sudden it's a team fight.
Yeah.
And that might just happen here as they're going to run into the gyrocopter. Where's the stuns? They do have it. Whitemon is going to be able to get his ultimate off, though, on Raven, probably saving his life. They did blow the egg for that, and Carl is going to TP in. He's going to turn this fight around. He's going to go for this kill and trying to run down Kezq first. Dreamcell has to play away from this last strike here. A little bit too damaged, but Mikoto can try and challenge Carl if he wants. FBC tries to join him, but Carl's a little bit too fast for that. He backs up to the back line. They do lose their Tiny as Geek Fam try and take that team fight. Doesn't prove to be successful.
Carl messed up there, I think.
Yeah.
He got himself in a really weird position, and if you have to defensive Yules there and run, their team just got split. But Egg was wasted, Pangle Roll was wasted. That's a really good fight for them at that point. But you saw what I'm really glad that they did it, like right as I said it, because that shows like they know what they're doing. They're making like good strategic maneuvers.
Yeah.
And it was like a great example, right? It's you smoke to the vision there. Don't ever go there alone. Please support. 99% of the time, you're just going to die. But what you can do is you can bait off of that, or you can make plays off of that, which is exactly what they did. And Geek Fam, then, the counterplay is you don't immediately go on that guy. As soon as you see him, what you can do is you wrap around, because you'll then run into a situation where hopefully you're meeting his team before he can get there. And you can set up for the fight better than they can.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Also, you want to be closer to your wards so you can protect them. So you want somebody deeper in that jungle area. I would say that person would probably be like Oracle, or not Oracle, but like Batrider. Because Batrider is really tanky, and also he's just like has a natural escape mechanism in Firefly, right?
Yeah.
So if they blow a ton on, like remember top when they tried going on that?
They get a smoke, run into KSQ. They're like, damn it all. This 5 keeps on getting the way of all of our smoke ganks. We're trying to get a core kill. We're trying to find something important to pick off and then turn into an objective somewhere. But
so now when it comes to warding, for all you 5s out there, hopefully you have one defensive jungle ward placed here, and hopefully you have one aggressive jungle ward placed here. And if you haven't taken the mid tower, then ideally you have a mid tower placed there too. And what Geek Fam should do this time is, I think anyways, they should defend their vision as much as they can. Like, you place a ward, you de-ward it, you now know you have an area down here to play around that area. So that means now we're going to see like a parallel. Boom ID is going to now play in this top lane because that's where they feel comfortable, and that's where they're going to now establish some vision, and they've got like control of the area.
looks to me like Geek Fam might try and defend. As hard as this might end up being here, they may be able to burst out FBZ. They do. Zephyr gets a combination onto him, leads into Kuko, getting the lasso. A great defense there from Geek Fam.
That's very good.
That one pick off means that they get the tier 2 and don't give up their own.
Oh, I like that.
No trade-off. That leads now to a 4K net worth lead as we approach the 20-minute mark.
And Geek Fam take that play because they know they have the numbers advantage. A lot of Dota coming down to whether or not you have the numbers advantage. If it's 4-on-5, no matter what position you are in the game, for the like 99% of the time you want to take a fight. Because so much of the net worth is just not there, right?
Especially when you can set up that fight picking off a core, right? You get a 5 position, maybe it's not as clear cut.
Did neither of the cores have Calling Blade on them? Can you click the Pango in the Void? Okay, so I think what you want to do is cut the trees above the tier 2. So, and I think they got a lot of them, but they just must have snuck in, Geek Fam.
Yeah.
Like ideally you cut all those trees and then you see the TP coming, but Cuckoo had a really good spot like to come in from.
Zephyr also did a good job TPing to the tier 3 and getting set up in the first place.
That
Same
was just
goes
really
with,
well done.
Oracle.
I didn't think it was going to be possible for them to defend that tower.
Yeah. But he found the opening. He killed FBZ. Managed to burst him down. FBZ is... he should have... Well, he can pick up Greaves right now, but it looks like he may want a Blink Dagger instead of the Greaves.
Why do you think he's going Blink instead of Greaves?
Well, I always like playing Pango against Oracle because you're one of the best heroes to get to the back line and assassinate that hero.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the damage for it.
So you don't love his build?
I don't love his build. If he's gonna if you're gonna go this build, like why wouldn't you just complete the Greaves?
I see.
Flat out. Chain stun, Kez. He's gonna be fine. Zephyr just kind of poking at him, realizing this is not a fight they can take anymore. There's a lot of Boom members here, but Makoto does manage to find a huge follow-up. He's gonna be able to get on top of Cuckoo. The follow-up there from FBZ keeps him chain stun. He rolls right into the Oracle, keeping him stunned. Really nicely done. Blinks back into him one more time. That's 3 stuns onto Whitemon. Still managed to get off his ultimate. There's the supernova onto the side. Cuckoo's gonna buy back and TP onto the shrine here. Makoto does manage to get up from the high ground. Cuckoo, as he TPs in, his company Aether Remnant, followed up by the supernova stun, so he doesn't immediately get to catch anybody like he was hoping. He had lasso up, he was ready to go, but the stuns was too much for him, so they're only gonna find maybe Dreamacell here. Yeah, I was actually trying to go for the kill on his Zephyr. Makoto, Yule Scepter out. Cuckoo takes the Aether Remnant for Carl. Carl chases back some of those heroes to make sure that the rest of his team can focus on killing Dreamacell with no interference from the Radiant.
That's what I meant by Dreamacell sometimes just like gets a little bit out of position. He's just trying to get a little bit too antsy. Like I want to make this more worth it than it has to be.
Yeah, why is he attacking the Tiny there and not just running away?
Yeah, like his team is, I feel, you play based off cooldowns at this point, right? You've demonstrated, your cooldowns are your threat. You've demonstrated like, I have nothing left in the chamber. Like we use the Phoenix Egg, but you forced the buyback on the Phoenix and you lost, like what? I think they lost 1 hero there, right? They killed Bat, they lost somebody, I can't remember.
I believe they only lost Dreamacell.
Oh, okay. So it was one for...
But it was a
gonna be one
buyback
for
with
zero.
Cuckoo, so we're going to see that fight again just to make
so
sure.
Cuckoo buys back. That's the end of it. Great. You traded out favorably.
Yeah.
You see right there is he tries to get on top of the Oracle.
FBZ doing a really good job with that blink dagger, though.
Oh, that was sick blink.
That was a really sick blink. Bumping into the Oracle
Oh, they
for
lost
a
Pango.
third
That's
stun.
what it was. They lost their Pango.
Oh, yeah.
So, but you trade offlaners, but one buys back.
Yeah.
It's fine. And I think Dreamacell at that point was like, we can keep fighting. We're under our tier 2, but towers aren't really towers at that point.
Especially when Boom is getting close to certain peaks. You've got now the level 2 Supernova plus Aghanim Scepter coming in for Hyde.
Yeah.
So that is a really big upgrade. You're still working towards that heart timing that you were talking about, the guaranteed win condition for Boom. Makoto's still a ways away from Aghanim Scepter. It'll be another like 5 minutes or so before he has that.
They're getting out efficiency kind of hard right now.
Yeah.
On the side of Boom. I feel like their lineup is awkward in that regard, where they have to keep waiting for this PL to be active on the map. But PL doesn't feel comfortable fighting right now because the Gyro and the Lesh are so farmed that at the present, without a heart, they are very good direct counters to him.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I think Geek Fam should also continue to play aggressively and not stop.
Makoto setting up a stun onto Zephyr here. Hyde follows it up by diving in. Sunray, that should burn down the Tiny pretty easily. Now he's going to pop that Phoenix Sun. Try and help Makoto get out of here. It's going to be at the cost of his own life. At the same time, Kezku actually did get kept by the Lash Strike. Is now zooming in on the side. Makoto does have the Dissimulate. He's got 2 more seconds till another jump away. He's going to be hit by the missile, but fortunately there's that Pango causing so much chaos. Dreamacell, they found the real one. They got the last one. Beautiful read by Cuckoo. And that is disastrous for Boom. Losing their carry once again with Kezku buying back. Now dying back is going to be run down by Cuckoo and Carl. The K's show up to the fight 25 minutes in. Now they're just going to run over the tier 2 in a massive engagement.
That is rough. Just way too difficult of a fight. I think fighting in that mid area is just awkward.
Yeah.
It's just so awkward, especially when you jump in, you don't really kill the Tiny very easily. Like, they've got damage issues right now on the side of Boom ID. Real damage issues.
It feels like Boom just keeps on, like, they get into a situation, okay, this is a trade-off and it's kind of fine.
Yeah.
But they have a little bit of a save-a-friend syndrome. Dreamacell's not being, like, selfish enough in some ways.
Yeah.
I want him to be off on a side lane farming while Makoto's making that play, you know?
Then you're cool with it. You're at the end of the day, you're thinking to yourself, ah, well, we trade 1 for 1, but like our PL's getting really huge.
Yeah.
So who cares?
And that's the way this lineup is built, right? You've got 2 elusive flash farming cores in Pango and Void Spirit. They can play the dangerous lanes for you, draw attention. Maybe sometimes they get caught and die, but it's all to create space for this Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, because if you are the reason why your team wins or loses, like you're that hero, you're that PL, you're that anti-mage, it's really on you to...
Oh, they baited Carl. Zephyr's going to show up, managed to get the avalanche done onto Makoto, actually hits him with the ensnare from the net. The neutral item helps to try and get the kill on Makoto, and look at that, Cuckoo just reads him like a book, knew exactly where he was going. That was a very well set up gank by Geek Fam.
I really like these traps that Geek Fam are setting up. And I think they're really good traps because I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of the plays that Boom are making. Like, I like that they're still trying to play opposite of their PL and get control again in their own jungle and force like the engagement away from their own jungle. It's just Geek are being very good. They're being very patient. When you see 4 heroes at top waiting to bait 1 hero, that's when you know a team is like gelling.
Yeah.
They're doing like smart things. They're working together. It's well done.
The engagement in mid, got a mid tier 2. Now that engagement at top finds the Roshan kill, an Aegis for Raven.
Yeah. As
he still has the remnants of a double damage rune. They're going to try and rush towards Boom, see if they can catch anybody.
What's Lesh have? Lesh must be really farm too, right?
Yeah, he's very tanky. He's got
BKB.
Bloodstone, BKB, Yules, and Boots of Travel.
I think if you want to go for high ground situations now, take all the tier 2 towers, go for a high ground. I'm okay with that. We talked about how they had damage issues because a lot of their damage is like magic, because they don't really have the PL participating yet, and they have one of the best heroes in the game at mitigating magic damage. If not the best, right? They've got Oracle.
Yeah.
On top of that, there's a pipe on Batrider, so you have a lot of this damage that Boom puts out is just kind of negated off the bat. So it really means that this PL, it's even more important that he has a very good game, because he's almost all of their physical damage, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Like, you could make the argument that this, like, Crystallis Void Spirit is dealing a bit of it, but not really.
Yeah. I think that's always been a problem with Void Spirit, is that he does run out of damage.
Yeah,
and
your hope is that you're far ahead.
Yeah.
And then you can just jump the back line better than almost any other hero, like right now.
He's going to try and jump in, push back Geek Fam. They are just going to run away now that they see the Sapphire ultimate. They can say, okay, if Mortimer Kisses is being used, we can
just go back
up.
in.
But we don't have to run away completely. We just reset for a moment, wait for the next creep wave, and then go again. This time around, they won't have a very important cooldown. Range rack's already gone, melee soon to fall. Looks like really Boom may not fully commit to this fight. They're going to roll around a little bit with this Rolling Thunder. FBZ is not going to be able to get the chainsaw onto Leshrac. That is going to be, oh no, Hype got caught before he could get off his supernova. Now this is turning into a disastrous engagement where Carl feels like he can just run forward with impunity thanks to that BKB. They take the melee barracks and back up now.
Very, very well done by Geek Fam. Really liking how they're playing so far. This mid-late game has been all of them so far. Just good moves overall. I like the way the only thing that I really have a criticism for them in this game was that I didn't feel like they protected that bottom ward hard enough, which put them into kind of a weird situation. But the way that they defend their towers, the aggressive maneuvers that they make, they're very good at playing the hit and run game. Solid, solid, solid. All good things so far that I've seen.
And now it's Boom who look like they're the ones making the mistakes, and it's more that those mistakes are being forced out of them, right?
Yeah.
They have to make certain maneuvers, and they're just falling into the traps of Geek Fam time and time again.
Yeah, I think they realized early on that they have damage issues, and so they're trying to force things. I will say, it feels like this team relies a lot on Makoto having like net worth leads and just snowballing games, and he's not able to do that in this game.
He is definitely trying to force kills that are much harder to get than the last series that we saw.
I think his issue is, his primary issue is that there's no easy hero for Void Spirit to one-shot in this game. Like, when Void Spirit feels really good, it's because there's a core on the enemy team that you can just straight up run into and they're dead. Like, you just 100 to 0 them, run in, pop your combo, you know, bang. But Geek Fam have not allowed them any sort of opportunities like that. They're dangling heroes in front like bait, and then they're just kind of like pulling back. They have 4 heroes, and now Makoto's like doubting, you know, he's like, are people actually there?
Well, that's it. Geek Fam, they tried really hard, 31 minutes in, but they've lost. The Phantom Lancer has his heart.
That's a heart.
And Makoto has his Aghanim Scepter. We'll see if that actually changes the fight as Blitz predicted so boldly. Not 30 minutes ago.
Now he needs like a basher.
Oh, now we're adding addendums, huh?
He needs a little bit more damage.
Okay. No, it is true that this heart, with the combined power of Leshrac and Gyrocopter both being this far ahead, that heart will not be enough for Phantom Lancer to single-handedly carry these fights. It's going to be very tough 5-on-5 for Boom.
It's way too much map control at this point in the game.
At the same time, it looks like they just don't really want to fight into this Aegis from Raven. But Raven's going to continue to force it. Eat the Remnant pulls him back. They're going to start leading out with a Sun Ray. Look at FBZ bouncing into the back line. He's trying to find that Oracle, and he does manage to find him while Raven's dropping low. FBZ is making sure that White Wand will not be able to get out that false promise so easily. Now he's going to be focused as Makoto catches him with the Aether Remnant, and he's gone. That 5 position is out. Now there's no more saving Krasis, and Boom can just collect whatever kills they can find. Makoto's going to be able to get the Eul Scepter onto Zephyr. FBZ looks for one more, but it's just going to be the 2 supports that end up falling. At the end of the day, though, that was another tier 3 and another range barracks that falls for just 2 supports.
And Boom does not lose, or Geek Fam don't really lose core heroes.
Yeah.
In engagements, I'm noticing that as like a theme. They're not losing their Lesh or their Gyro ever in bad spots.
Meanwhile, exact opposite for Boom, right?
Yeah, Cuckoo had that dieback once, but other than that, they're not really getting into these like bad positions. They're willing to ditch their supports.
Yeah.
Which is what we, you know, kind of criticized Boom for not doing enough. Where it feels like they're trying to save everybody.
Man, it was crazy. They are going to be found here as BKB activated by Carl. Dreamacell is just trying to put some physical damage on him to help his Phoenix down because he doesn't have to dive just yet. It was coming up in 1 second time. But he doesn't manage to get it, and now Makoto, he's going to pay the price for not using that second charge of Astral Step. He gets lassoed, does not have a buyback, and Geek fam, there is no tier 2 to save Boom ID here. The Geek fam can just quickly take that melee barracks in bottom and force the engagement mid. Boom will have to take this 3 versus 5.
Yeah, and this is looking like it potentially could just be game.
I think so too, unless Dreamacell and
He's
FBC...
got to put out work, but
yeah,
there's no ping ulti.
Yeah, there's no Rolling Thunder. There's not even that disruptive presence to stun people up and allow Dreamacell to do damage. There, look at it. They're trying to throw out the Mortimer's Kisses. They also have the Glyph that is going to stall Geek fam long enough that they now have the Phoenix, but it's going to have to be an amazing Supernova. Somebody is going to have to bait or something here. And Dreamacell, he's going to be leading, and the Supernova goes off. Raven pops BKB trying to focus it down. Kuku's going to join him, blinking forward, and the egg is dead. Now Dreamacell no longer has that big AoE control unless FBZ can come through in the clutch with this Rolling Thunder. Bounces between the two of Kuku as well as Carl, doing a really good job chaining something like this, but Dreamacell still has Raven to contend with, and that damage from the Gyrocopter is too much for him to handle. Makoto jumps out, double silence onto the Oracle, trying to burst him down as quick as possible, but he gets Yule Scepter. Now he's going to be caught by the lasso once again. He dies twice to the lasso, back to back, and that is where Boom are going to call it for this game 1. It ends on an ultra kill for Raven.
Easy peasy. Really well done by Geek fam. Really clean performance. Felt like their teamwork was really solid in this game. I really liked their strategy and how they moved around the map. I think Boom had that one play at bottom that I was a big fan of. You remember how I was highlighting like the war.
Inside my own world of make-believe, kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Heroes hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Eat faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver.
You have wasted gifts untold.
Keep the remnants. One on BP, the first one, to save his zombie. Die on the mid lane. With Medusa and Raid King in your team. Wait.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
To my temple.
Ehome needs to be ready to TP, so they should not be TPing to a lane, the farm, instead of just walk to the lane, have their TPs ready so they can react, because RNG understands that they can play really aggressive right now. AA farming his level 6 on the mid lane, while other lanes are going well. Omni 47 CS, and look at the Phantom Lancer, almost 60 CS at the moment.
What kind of war is this?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's how they need to play with what they have. I see Raid King going for Vanguard. Vanguard King. It is. It's just not the item that Raid King benefits from. They had to adjust their lanes. Like if it was something different, let's say Underlord against these heroes, it would be like 10 times stronger. Once again, mid lane.
Dire are scanning.
I must have them all.
Interesting. There's not too much magical damage besides AA and Void Spirit.
Vanished, but not gone.
This is... Void Spirit and A is such a deadly combo. Is their ulti coming? No, they're trying to make a move on the bottom lane. It should be an easy kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They can't. They need to bring big numbers if they want to take tower and make this exorcism useful. Right now, Void Spirit will just continue to play aggressive, play with AA whenever Ice Blast is ready to set things up. Let's see. Maybe they're just being outnumbered at the moment. Doesn't
Dire's
want to
bottom
play
tower is
too
under attack.
aggressive.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You'll never stand.
That should help.
This pleases.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very greedy play from
Dire's
Phantom
top
Lancer.
tower is under
Put an
attack.
extra point in talent instead of maxing out the doppelganger, which got him killed in that fight. I mean, Setsu could once again save him with Ether Remnant. He was just saving it to try to grab a kill. It's one of those heroes that sometimes you look like you're master of it. It's a fairly new hero, so we have to
Dire's
forgive him.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Problem is, they have Medusa and Breaking. Both of these heroes love to be in the jungle, but they can't afford it. Like, they need to give Medusa the space to get the items online, and Sylar is doing a good job on the bottom lane, using all this info that they're showing on the mid tower, so he's securing the tower for his team.
Fear nothing. Your final gasp serves as
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ecom lineup is one of those where you overthink and then you end up with a lineup that can't do anything unless you go like post 30 minutes and everyone has farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
no sorceries.
Stolen Ice Path.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Armor of unpurified. Bounty. The minor
Man, it feels bad using DP ulti that lasts for like 6 seconds.
To the place unlocked.
Dire's middle tower.
Have this on tonight to keep them alive with the hood. Full pipe actually when he uses the courier, and he can keep them alive. There is no real burst damage on the E-home. This game is just over. One of those games where it's super slow, but you know that the enemy team can't do anything. They can't make any rotations. Heroes are pretty static. How do you even start a fight? Like Mars using spear on someone?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Medusa needs to farm Manta style and get the rapier. This is the only way, if they can hold this game for another 10 minutes, which I don't think they can. Double damage, Void.
The wisdom of eternity guides my blood.
All ones
Dire's
will
top
break.
tower is under attack.
It's been a really long time since I saw this.
Top tower is under attack.
Even a god is nothing.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Certainly for Boom about what they want to do, or even what the opponent.
Balanced meal. You can't just take all the highlights, you know?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Can't have just the cream cheese. You gotta have the bagel too.
Yeah.
And I love my
You're
bagels.
implying the bagel's like the healthy part of the.
I tried to cut up a bagel off stream, and it was a disaster.
I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen.
Strong hero. The fact that now he's the only one who has like that capability besides like Prophet. Yeah.
He stole it.
The old men stealing from each other.
But you're right. The value of being able to just move freely from lane to lane, like your Nature's Prophets, maybe even Underlords.
We saw this. Yeah. Day one, Underlord was banned a bunch, wasn't it? And then like we just haven't even seen him play. We saw Blade once, I think. No, I think we just saw banned like 3 times, and
It's
we
a
were
bit
just like,
surprised to me because there's several heroes, kind of like Batrider, that just make Underlord's day miserable. So you can't really first round him ever.
yeah,
Because those heroes don't just counter him; they make him pretty much useless.
yeah, he's not a hero. He's a melee
I think he's a
creep.
potent, potentially 8th, 9th pick, but not a first round. And a lot of teams are putting their offlaner first round pick. And I was a bit surprised last game. We did see the Pangolier last pick for KBZ, or FBZ, excuse me, who was in our interview.
Yep.
And said he wants it
And
first
said,
round.
yeah, so he was faking us out, faking out Geek Fam, and
Faked
looks
himself
like-
out.
Yeah, I was about to say, faked him. Who faked who here?
Okay, the Snapfire. So, yeah, they pretty much set it up. I see first overall Death Prophet's not banned. They banned the Mars themselves after the Ember, Ricky. Okay.
Odd.
Death Prophet seems like a pretty juicy option in the first phase for either of these teams.
If it ain't picked here, it's going to be picked in the next one.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's the scary thing. If you're booming, like, do we really want to open with like just a straight up big core? But if you don't, they're just gonna get like, you could get like an Oracle Death Prophet, right? So you already have the save and a good laner. It's scary.
I'm fearful they go like AA plus a stun if you pick Death Prophet as Boom Esports here. So what if Boom picks AA?
They just take the Pango.
Wow. What? This
Pango
hero graduated.
again.
But
This
he's in
time-
the first phase. FBZ got what he wanted. We're good.
It's just going to be Death Prophet, Tusk, Death Prophet, Wyvern. I think Death Prophet Wyvern maybe stands out.
Man, Pango doesn't do much for that grab.
He doesn't.
It's like, Pango, all right, well,
he's a bit of this.
just a little something in the middle. That's what a Pango is.
I mean, building damage. That was another thing. Yeah, the building damage. You got to have someone who hits buildings. Like last game, you had a Gyro Leshrac on one team. Like, you win a team fight, you're shredding buildings.
Yeah, the Gyro Axe actually makes him siege. No Death Prophet so far. It's made it to the 3rd pick. Oh my God, we have done it.
Oh, Lich we have not seen much of recently, but
Suddenly
it
the
is certainly in
Tiny-
the meta.
Tiny's just a first round every game for Geek Fam, apparently.
And they're one of the few teams who is still doing like 2 supports at the beginning instead of a support and a core. But it worked out last
Seems
game.
to reveal a lot about your lineup, so I would like Boom to...
How do you punish this?
Yeah, I
Because
was
it feels
gonna
like
say.
Geek Fam's going to play the same as last game. They're going to make a solid lineup that wins lanes. You got to punish it.
Oh, so they do go for the AA. This is partially a deny pick, I think. It serves as a ban, kind of, where you just don't want to pick the Alchemist, the Death Prophet.
But it's also good, right? Because there's only one ban now, so you yourself could pick those heroes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think
okay,
it's
sorry.
like blocking. You're on the same page with me, Greg.
Yeah,
you
we
have
are,
to
we are.
apologize. You just don't realize.
I'm slower, yeah. How ahead of the meta you are, and I'm like, yeah.
Wait a minute, you're still catching up.
Wait,
It's
meta
fine.
goes boom. You know, I always like to say though, it can't just be about the AA. Like, sure, in theory, his Ice Blast counters all these heroes, but you still have to land the Ice Blast. You have to have some help there from your team to lock it down.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, Geek Fam could just recognize, oh, if it's just one hero, let's split our cores apart. And now he's stuck trying to decide where do I even put my Ice Blast out.
Pangolier's not enough. You need some setup.
Yeah.
Nyx is already banned. He's another premier 4 position that goes with him. Earthshaker also banned. Just a heavy lockdown. Earth Spirit comes to mind.
Yeah,
It's really
Nyx had
hard to
always been
imagine
good,
it
but he's
without the
taken out.
heroes being on the thing.
Yeah, and it's tough because I did look at some of Hyde's Dota buff, and he is obviously the newest player in this team. I don't believe he plays Earth Spirit, and maybe that's why
Okay.
we did see like the Nyx ban. And but I'm surprised they banned the Earthshaker themselves, because what other stunning fours are there? Like good setup stunning fours. There really aren't that many right now.
Yeah, maybe they'll have to get it from the carry role. I think out of all the stunning carries, Wraith King comes to mind. He's probably the most meta one. We haven't really seen him very much
Gosh, all
at
the
these tournaments.
heroes I think of are
Once,
just
I
not
think, yeah.
meta, you know? Like, oh god, I forgot what I was thinking about.
Sven?
Like Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, yeah,
are
yeah,
not things
Venge.
anymore. No, not Sven, but Sand King.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, we saw him once, and
These
it
are
was not
stunning team
pretty.
fighters, but
Oh,
they're
there's
just
the
not
Rubik.
cool.
Rubik's a good ban.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a 4
yeah.
position that sets up. That's a good example. I usually like a 4 that kind of scouts too, but maybe they'll go for the bounty hunter.
And there's fantastic steals in there too.
It's not a
which-
stun, so it's
Oh
actually
yeah,
bad.
bounty hunter would not be bad.
I'm just down for a bounty hunter, man. That hero, I don't think it's a meme. It's eventually going to be a reality. My dream, my
People
memes
say
will
it's
no
a
longer
meme?
be dreams.
What if it's not? What if you're just wrong?
That's not a realistic
Oh,
possibility.
okay.
We
My
don't- we
bad.
don't-
My bad. We should only talk about realism.
Yeah, we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about that possibility. Let's not be that extreme, Grant. Thank you.
They banned. Bat Rider's already gone. I think Geek Band's just
So-
gonna go with the same archetype. They're just gonna get an
Are
offlaner
we
here.
pretty locked that this is the two supports? I mean, they can't just like lob in a Grimstroke or something to really get this
I don't-
Lich thing going, and then try to have Tiny creep into
That's
the 3
not. I
position.
just don't
Tiny's
think it's
just bad.
happening. They're just gonna pick some carry that goes in. Ricky's the premier one, obviously banned out, but you're just gonna pick something like that, and you're gonna ice armor this guy, and he's gonna go ham.
Because you just can't run Tiny anymore. With the nerf to his tree, like middle, he just loses, right? You have no armor, so you're getting harassed by any ranged hero. You're not even denying well anymore. He just has to be a 4.
Another thing that is a flag for me, at least, if you're picking AA, maybe Boom are considering something like the Necro for themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that
Necro's
was cool.
found some good game time as of recent, and could just kind of creep back into a draft surprisingly if Geek Fam are not ready for it.
You do have to be careful. That's the thing. Like, you don't have the AA, and they do, so you just always have to, as you said, the Necro, the Alchemist, any of those heroes for Boom now. If you're Geek Fam, you're probably thinking a little bit ahead, like, we can't leave ourselves open to get Alchemist here.
I'm
Yeah.
really digging something like Storm for Geek Fam. I think it's fine to go at like 3rd or 4th here.
Clockwork?
I just wanted something that goes in. I
There
thought
you
it
go.
would be more reliable, meaning that it could be like a solo kill hero.
Yeah.
But Clockwork definitely fits that description. It is an offlaner almost certainly here. We've talked about the potential flex of this Tiny, but so we're giving him a lot of damage and a lot of crowd control so far.
Now, I think, and I agree, look, you have a Clockwork who just pulls someone in, a Tiny completely locks someone down in the Lich. I know we're not going to see it, but have you guys ever seen the Ags in a game? The
On
AoE
Clockwork,
Sinister
or-
Gaze on Lich.
No, I've never seen that.
It is good, but it's one of those things you'll literally never see in a
It
pro
sounds
game.
like a Storm Spirit
Yeah.
that can't get in position to use it. basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it drains mana.
Wait, it actually the Sinister Gaze drains mana?
Yeah, it has for a while now.
What?
Yeah. Fly
No.
didn't know that either.
No.
When we asked him, yeah, Sinister Gaze drains mana.
How much mana does it drain?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure David in game will show us when we get, or
Okay.
you can look. Yeah,
Um,
no, it drains mana.
I'm not necessarily saying I don't believe you, but
That's what. No,
I-
because we brought it up with Fly, and he's like, "Oh, I just thought Lich would," because that was when he was picking Lich. He's like, "I just thought he was good." No,
I
it
pride
drains
myself on usually knowing these little changes that they like the nuances to these abilities, but I've never even heard that. Usually I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot," but
mana, or at least
do
the
remember-
numbers, but not.
I forgot, but I remember somehow seeing that in a patch note. I don't even remember that at all.
Okay, this is a hero during the summit that was literally banned in the first phase. Every single gamer first picked, and it kind of fell off. But this game, it looks. Does it look good?
What the hell?
Why
It
did
actually
he-
does drain mana.
My bad, BSJ, for knowing about the game I cast.
I wonder if that was like initially a part of the spell, or if people were saying we missed the aspect of Lich being able to sacrifice, being able to get mana some way,
I think
and then
so.
they added it in, and like, okay, he can also steal mana.
So it drains a percentage of your current mana.
It's good.
And so at max level, it says it drains 25% of your mana. But on the Dota wiki, because you're losing mana, obviously, as it
Yeah.
drains you, the max
It
it can
goes down.
drain is 23% of
and
your
Lich
max
gains
mana.
that mana. Or is it just taken away from the opponent?
I assume drains implies he takes it.
Okay. All right.
That's crazy to me. That's
It's just like, it's one of those little things, right? Those little buffs that add up.
mind-boggling.
That's more than a little buff.
Wait,
but yeah.
when did they add that?
Yeah, I was curious if
It's a bit ago.
they added
It's a
it
bit
right away
ago.
with the spell, or if they added it in
Oh my
after
god,
they did the change
I'm
up. But
just never been so mind blown by.
well, BSJ's mind's blown apart right now.
We got a
since
Morphling
then.
and Shadow Fiend. We got a
Yeah.
Shadow Fiend Clockwork.
Oh, the Shadow Fiend
Clockwork.
Yep.
What I like to see from teams, and I believe Liquid was one of the teams who I saw do this recently, is when they were going against the Clockwork Shadow Fiend, they took advantage of that start of the game and they got aggressive right away.
Yes.
So
You do
I
that
would
for
look
sure.
I would look for that from Boom. They're probably going to head across the map right out of the gate. They're going to get wards down right away, and they might try to go for first blood. Just knowing that 2 of the members of Geek Fam are going to be sitting in the fountain for an extra few moments.
It was in 7.23 that they added the mana drain.
That wasn't the same patch where they gave him the Sinister Gaze, was it?
No, it was
So they did
far
add it
after.
later. I think it was just like, you know,
He was missing something.
yeah,
for
it's like
sure.
he's got cool tools in the laning phase now to harass and do your support job, but now he has no, he's like can't refuel himself in any sort of
Yeah.
way. So they like gave him a little bit of something.
Interesting. That man blows my mind still. But you know, we do have a game of Dota. We may see the Morphling try to waveform away, but get his mana drained by the Lich.
Yes.
So I'm gonna keep my eye out for
I
that.
would love to see that.
Yeah, and going back to what you said, Dakota, how I agree. If it's a Clockwork Shadow Fiend, you should try to be more aggressive on the runes. The only problem is you have a Pango and a Timber Saw. Like, they're not the best at, like, yo, we're going to the runes to get him. Like, the Pango can always get out, but he doesn't want to stay there to, like, overextend on a rune.
Morphling's like the worst rune contesting carry in the entire game because pretty much from my experience, everyone says we all know he has Morph. Run at him. He doesn't do anything.
And the
And
Morph
he's-
at level 1 is trash. You
So
will just get run
yeah,
down.
most Morphlings just sit under their tower. They don't even go for the rune.
And that's the thing with that's why I like Geek Sam draft, because you said that is the weakness of their draft, but Boom can't really take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And Geek Fam did draft the
Wow.
exact same way. They just have a very solid
For
we're gonna win
Pango,
lineup.
mid Kunga against SF seems incredibly mediocre, from what I understand.
And you don't really. I guess the Pango will probably be roaming middle around 2.
Later
You
on,
have to connect.
this is a lot of tank ability and sustain. Let's see the tank ability that it's given this. That is,
Tankiness a
Yeah,
lot.
they can
that's
survive.
I think that should be like out a little bit more. You know, out like
You want it all the way out
protruding
of the
from-
gram?
Yeah,
Breaking
they have
the
a lot
laws.
of tankiness with the Timber Saw,
The laws of
the
lines.
Morphling, as well as the Kunkka Boat.
Not a lot of disable though, right? Like how are they
No.
locking
It's
it
your
down?
Kunkka.
That's
How are
pretty
they locking
accurate.
it down?
They don't have very much lockdown at
Oh,
all.
that's a good.
I thought they were going to pick
Holy
someone to really
smokes.
go unhinged now that there was no lock, like even like that Storm Spirit you mentioned.
yeah.
But they end up deciding for the Monkey King. Is this the new mid laner, you think, at all, by chance, to go toe-to-toe against the Kunkka? Or you said Shadow Fiend is
Potentially,
decent
I
against
think
it?
Shadow Fiend's perfectly fine, but
He's gonna
I
have
mean, like Carl is on Shadow Fiend, but it still could be a side lane Shadow Fiend. We have been seeing it.
He gets the clockwork cogs.
Yeah,
though. I
he's
mean, when
gonna
you have
get
that,
24 damage, so he could just be a side laner in the sense that he doesn't have to spend as much mana super early on to secure the creeps.
Yeah.
And I think Shadow Fiend laning wise is really nice against Timbersaw. I have to imagine it does well. So even though it's the carry player on the Monkey King, I think I like Geek Fam. I like their draft a lot. I think they may have some issues kind of killing the Morph, but once if they get ahead by like another 3-5k again, this Morphling's just going to kind of get controlled. I think they're going to buy a Diffusal on Monkey King. That's almost certainly required this game. That's something you naturally want to consider when the opponent has such high tankiness.
Yeah.
That you can't kill them. You just want to burn all their mana. Timbersaw, Kunkka, Morphling all function on mana. So, yeah, I'm not trying to jinx from reversing this last game, but I think Geek Fam I like their draft this game.
I'll just say it's so much easier to roam middle on a Tiny than it is as a Pango, and in a Shadow Fiend versus Kunkka, or even Monkey King versus Kunkka, I think that matters. Geek Fam.
Geek Fam for you guys sounds pretty good. Let's see what the caster's thinking about game number 2. Let's throw it over to Capitalist and Blitz.
Our analysts are confident in Geek Fam's draft here. Blitz, do you agree? Do you like it? Are you a big fan of this SF Monkey King, Diffusal Blade Monkey King against Morphling?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think so. What Monkey does well is he pushes the pace really fast, and I think what Morph does is he plays around space. I kind of disagree with the assertion that SF should go safe lane, though. I think he does fine against Kunkka, and you farm the side, and you pick. I feel like you pick the Monkey to specifically beat Timbersaw.
Yeah,
Like,
you've got a Timber problem otherwise,
yeah,
right?
you have the straight up 1-1. Because I think the problem is when you go the Souls build on SF, until SF hits like level 3, he doesn't really pressure the Timber or like set up for kills.
Yeah.
Whereas like Monkey King from level 2, he has like balance strike. He's gonna mess you up.
Plus, the matchup is not a normal SF matchup. It's an SF
you have
plus
souls.
Clockwork, so he's going to be running into lane
Like
with
I think he should
a ton of souls.
I think he should definitely go mid. Not to call out Brian or anything. Brian's a good guy. I love Brian. But when he was saying that,
But
I
you're
was like-
wrong, Brian. You hear that?
I was like,
you
there's-
piece of shit.
There's zero chance. Because I'm thinking about what. So my experience with Timbersaw is we have like, in my opinion, one of the best Timbers on our team, right, Boxy?
Uh-huh.
I think I think the last 2 majors, it has been a first 3 ban, even when it wasn't in the meta, against our team nonstop. And the 2 times we got it, we won. So if I'm thinking about what Boxy would say, I think Boxy would say if he was against like an SF, he would say SF free lane. Because he'll hit level 3 at similar times, and then he can like go cut if he needs to.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to be matched up against the Monkey King. What would Boxy do? WWBD. What would Boxy do against this
I'm not sure
matchup?
if Boxy would ask for this matchup. I have to imagine there's a point where the lane becomes okay after a bit, but I think in the early going anyways, it's pretty annoying. I wouldn't want to lane into this in the first like 10 minutes.
Well, FBZ, he had a pretty good showing on that Pango. He had some really good rolling thunders. He was a great driver of that bus. And here, he's going to be on a hero that is a lot more impactful, I would say, than the Guardian Greaves Pango. He's going to be an actual damage-dealing offlaner. And I look forward to seeing how he does specifically, because we already know that mid-lane matchup, Carl versus Mikoto, like, both those guys show they can carry games. I want somebody else from Boom to show that they can carry games, whether it's DreamSL or it's FBZ. Toss back here onto DreamSL's Morphling with level 1 cogs that they use for the souls. Also allows them to be able to catch DreamSL thanks to that toss.
That is smart. I really like how they set that up. And nice by Mikoto. I mean, he's making this lane work for him, honestly. Despite the disadvantage that he kind of had early on, obviously the Shadow Fiend starting with max souls, he's done a good job of keeping up relatively. You're not going to get a lot of denies in that lane, but so far so good. And
all right, well,
yeah, this bottom lane, and that's the, I guess that's the, I do think it's really cool though that like Brian trying to bring that up, I don't think is a bad thing. It's just a different way of thinking about Dota. But I think the primary difference between like Shadow Fiend versus Monkey is like Monkey has kill potential on the Timbersaw, like really, really early on.
Yeah.
Whereas like the SF needs levels.
And it's an unfair combination.
Yeah.
I loathe this combo.
Lich
Monkey
plus-
King plus Lich. Honestly,
Yeah.
Lich plus a lot of safe laners, but Monkey King is especially egregious.
And we should bring up why do you specifically hate playing against like Lich as an offlaner?
Well, Lich is Frost Blast is broke.
Okay, straight up.
Just straight up.
laying
It's
that out there.
just too much damage.
All right, I like
it's
it.
too much slow. But then on top of that, Frost Shield is an insanely long slow. So he does this amazing blast to you over and over again. It hurts like hell. If he gets to level 2 with some sort of kill combo hero, like Monkey King, Juggernaut, any of those, well, unless you're a Pango, Clockwork, like unless you specifically have some way to be able to defend yourself, you're just going to die over and over and over again.
Yeah, and I'd like to add one more thing to that. I think if you try to pull the lane, Lich is one of the best heroes in the game because of how long and annoying Frost Blast is.
Yeah.
He's
going to get a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly.
on you.
Like the creeps are actually going to be able to catch up and hit you like 10 times.
Yeah. So that's why we had Hyde, who's playing the Pango as a 4 position here. He initially pulled for FBZ. He pulled the creep wave over. They still managed to punish FBZ.
That courier's dead.
Push him away from the creep wave, and as a result, he's still not yet level 3.
They didn't notice it? Oh, I thought that courier was like 100% dead. If you're level like, if you get levels as Timber versus like these Ursa and Monkey King matchups, you don't actually care that much.
Yeah.
Like once you get like level 2, level 3 of your reactive, it's not that bad.
Yes.
But the early levels, I think, is like this part of the game is very unpleasant to play. Oh,
and
no.
you can tell Geek fam just know how to punish this.
Yeah.
They know if Raven stays a level or 2 above, like even if he does have level 3 now at this point, Monkey King's far enough ahead, he's still going to punish you. Turn around, Mikoto both Carl and Makoto getting quite low here. Carl's going to go for one last raise, but it's just barely
That
out
would've
of
been the
range.
killer.
He only had the midway raise ready to go.
Would have been the killer. He's going to get that creep denied, too. Oh,
Yeah.
that is a lazy CS. I've done that. That's the mid player, like, he's not going to... He's out of lane.
Yeah.
Trust me. Personal experience here.
You got to watch out for these killers in the mid lane. They do not get lazy.
Yeah,
They're-
Makoto's doing very well, considering... but we already knew, like, not to, like, sing his praises even more. Like, we know he's a good laner.
Yeah.
But can he do more? We shall find out.
Another Zephyr Tiny showing up. He did great work in game 1, and he's trying to dominate this laning phase, and he will find another kill for
Oh,
Geek
man.
Fam, this time onto Hyde.
So tri-laning is one thing,
FBZ?
Cap. Like,
Uh-huh.
if you're tri-laning like this, if you don't give up kills, it feels fine. But if you give up kills, you're essentially, like, you're making it all worth it.
Yes.
This amount of kills, I think they've, this is their 4th kill now in this bottom lane. You're making the safe laner's life, like, pretty good. Like, he doesn't care.
I think a relatively good metric is if the supports stay within a level of the core, then the tri-lane's
fine.
worth it.
I like that, too. Plus, they're about to get all 4 bounty runes. Yeah, they've gotten 3, and they're going to leave the SF the last one. They got 4 bounty runes for that, too. So their tri-lane has been, you know, wildly successful. They're the Beatles of tri-lanes.
Yeah. I think FBZ and Hyde, they're not doing... Like, this is a lane, conceivably, you could have figured something else better, right? Like Hyde, when he pulled the creep wave, I think he should have ran it back and stacked it.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I think he should have doubled or tripled the wave up.
Oh, and they're going to get a kill on mid. This is 100% death.
I mean, when you've won the tri-lane this hard, you no longer have to show all the time. So rotations into the mid lane become really easy.
This is where de-warding becomes, and warding becomes very important for Dire. Because now you're just afraid at all times of where this Tiny could potentially be. And it's not like you're winning the safe lane either, is the problematic part. Like, the supports on Geek Fam are being incredibly efficient.
Oh, the Boundless Strike caught him before he could get over that little cliff area.
This is
and
insane.
as a result, he very easily dies. And Hyde, who doesn't have Swashbuckle up for another 2 seconds, is probably going to die as well. Tries to juke around the trees and does relatively well. But this is now a level 6 Monkey King.
This is getting absurd at this point.
Yeah.
Because the clock is doing fine. Look at his net worth, Cap. He's actually 2nd in the game. He's higher than the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to do that. Toss back. Well, maybe this is why he's managed to do it. These ganks onto the mid lane. Makoto is going to be able to find another opening here onto Carl. Kezcute is the one to pick up the
He's out of mana.
CS.
Cuckoo
did TP in to try and get a trade-off here, but failed to find a good cogs opening.
Could have potentially done it if he had the mana, but unfortunately didn't.
But he'll just walk up to top lane. Nothing terribly lost for Cuckoo, because as you said, 2nd in net worth. Another hero that's benefited from that Ring of Tarask.
We'll say that move, they really needed to make it. If there's a player that you want to set up for success, it's probably Makoto.
Yeah.
Because right now, other lanes not going super hot. And we just talked about the prevalence of, like, how important it is that the warding situation goes right, and they immediately lose an Obzord. They do get vision down for themselves and D-ward. So good job by Kezcute, but you need to keep that up. The warding game is how you come back into losing positions. I cannot stress this enough.
Why is that?
Because you need to be able to play around, like, when you have a hero like Tiny or Earthshaker or something along those lines, you need to be able to play around vision and allow your team to, like, your team can't just pretend as though they're there at all times. That is a really toxic way to play Dota. You can't just assume, Tiny's bottom, so I can't do anything, and then he's ganking mid, you know?
Right.
Then you've kind of lost the game.
And the engagements you do take probably have to be a numbers advantage. Nice execution in the top lane. That was a hook shot, cogs pushback into double raise. Long raise, then medium raise, thanks to the pushback from the cogs. That was really sick combo.
Yeah. Did Pop-Tart catch that? Pop-Tart, I can see you from here. He's shaking. He's saying no. That's our observer, by the way, Pop-Tart David. Very good observer.
He's done a great job.
Yes, it's late for him.
But, you know, sometimes not everyone can hit every
You know, I'm about to hit up one of the Davids right now. Get a new obs. Where's Aerson at? I know Steven needs the work, Pop-Tart, so you're going to need to step up.
Somebody's got to take him away from Path of Exile. FBZ taking the tower, trying to get those reactive armor stacks up. Now that he's level 5, he is...
he's okay now.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's
level
kind of
3,
stabilized.
high-level heroes can still beat you out, but level 5 and level 7, this is where Timbersaw goes back to
could potentially die.
Yeah, if he keeps getting this low.
Oh, okay. So Makoto's down here now, so they're baiting this nicely. I like this.
I feel like it's almost too obvious of a bait, though.
Yeah, I think so too. He cut in front of the tower.
Yeah.
When he's died the last like 6 times doing that, and Tiny showing mid.
Like, we say, like, okay, level 5, you're good now. But nobody who's died this many times and has this bad of a laning phase plays that confidently.
Yeah.
Even if you have total understanding of the hero,
okay. So
you're
now,
just gonna feel
now
bad.
you got to run at bottom because he missed up the
Nice
combo.
avalanche.
Oh, okay. He stopped him in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So this is what I was saying about how FBZ has to be careful because as soon as they see that the Kunkka has returned mid, they are going to immediately make a move on him.
Now, he is going to be tanky enough to survive through these initial Jingu hits, so he's going to be fine initially, and he's going to try and run back a little bit, but these supports are very low level as well. So while Timbersaw has suffered in his lane, it's not like the supports got the better of this engagement. They are both a ways away from level 6, and there's only one tome to be given.
Yes, sir. Hyde is level 4. Still really good game overall for Geek Fam. I think this Clockwork is doing too well in this lane. You know what I really love, by the way?
Very high on the net worth progression compared to the average.
I really love, it's a neat stat by them. Also, what were the stats for this game? I saw it was like 1.8 to like 1. It was still really close odds-wise.
Oh, the odds? Yeah, I don't remember.
Do we shout those out? If not, we just did. I believe it was like 1.8 to 1.8.
Yeah, we'll see it in another 9 minutes. We'll see an update on those odds. ESL looking to be rushing potentially an E-Blade he's got queued up, or maybe he'll just go the more normal Yasha.
I think right now, though, I favor Geek Fam, if that's a bold statement to make. You know, I've made a lot of those today to you in private, but I think Geek Fam is currently in the lead by quite a bit.
Yeah, would you say they're in the lead by about 3,000?
Yeah. Yes.
Or possibly a 9-to-1 lead of some sort?
Yes.
Well, we saw, thanks to Pop-Tart, the win probability 75% right now for Geek Fam. In the first 11 minutes of the game, that's
pretty accurate.
Yeah,
and
I think that's good?
I think this, something I wanted to point out, by the way, before I forget, I really like kills that I don't think will work that end up working. For example, you know, like, Cuckoo goes up there, they try to kill Morphling, and it works. Like, I would have personally never thought of that. Because in my pub games, are me and my offlaner really coordinating well enough to do that? Like,
no,
is that
you
worth
guys
my
are going to bungle the hell out of that kill.
Yeah, and then, like, I'm just going to be mad. But, like, that's the biggest difference I feel like from, like, top-level pro games is, like, you can say that and try to go for those kinds of plays, and you know everyone is trying to make the same play.
It's like your 4-bait-1 play.
Yeah.
Where it says, like, people are working together right now, and they're on point, and they're going to build that confidence with each success that they have.
Yes. And this is good success so far for them. I like it. I likes it a lot.
Well, Makoto, he's just going to be sit back and farming, and you know ESL, he needs to do the same. Yeah. You've got an off-lane Timbersaw who can't really pressure, like he can pressure one lane at a time, but he's not going to be running around and getting kills. So Boom are probably going to be sitting on this 1 kill or 2 kill metric for a little while.
They really like putting ESL on these, like, I almost feel like they treat him like the backup. Do you know what I mean? Like, if something goes wrong with Makoto, at least oh, look at that sidestep. This is what I'm talking about, man.
Cuckoo.
They're not going to kill him, but it's sick. Like,
he got the hook shot thanks to the sidestep there from Carl, opening a gap to allow the hook shot to land. Unfortunately, he didn't get a Cogs pushback or something. Carl, he's going to lead with the fear onto the Morphling. That is an idealistic kill, and it actually paid off.
It worked.
That is twice now that Carl has made a call.
Carl's like, don't worry, this guy, he's dying.
Like,
and
how do you
so
just
far, right.
like you just straight up trust that he's not going to hit more strength before the fear hits him.
Yes, that is essentially what he just did.
And you're going to trust that Zephyr actually gets the toss on the Morphling and not like one of the creeps or something?
Dude, they are abusing the hell out of this Morphling. I feel like Dream, in the past like 4 games that I've seen him, has just been like getting picked on. And it's working. I mean, he's not really making it that difficult for them, if I'm honest.
Smoke up time. It is
His
it's
E-Blade,
time to
though-
make use of Makoto and Kezcute's combo.
Yeah.
And it would be a massive kill if they got Raven. He's at 6,600 net worth. He's currently 4-0-2, so he's got a
Oh, he jumped
dominating
down?
spree.
Okay.
He's level 10 as well, so this would be worth a lot. The smoke breaks, but they don't have a way to tell immediately what tree he's in.
It's a nice guess by Makoto. You got to go for it at that point, but unable to grab him. And this is going to be even more time wasted. Not, I don't know. It's just kind of a rough position for them, and they're not really making life that much easier, I'd say.
Yeah.
They do have some pretty good timings. Like, I do think that Geek Fam are going to kind of be hard-pressed to kill this Timbersaw, for example. This guy's dead. See ya.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang. I thought he was going to go for the stylish, like, double raise, and he's like, I actually click for 200. There's no need to do these things. As Raven does not contest for that rune. I think smartly so. I think if Pingo pops his ult there, you're dead. So they are going to get some bounty runes out of this. Not the worst thing in the world. They need a Spirit Vessel really bad. If Clock has Spirit Vessel, I think the game is just straight up done. Because the Morphling's not going to have a defensive item, and they don't have a save for him. Let me say, Spirit Vessel is like the best counter to Morphling. It feels so good to buy. But they do need to pick up some charges somehow.
Yeah, they need to find a kill here, and they just tried it to Hyde.
I see this thing that Thompson does when he plays like Void Spear. Whenever he sees like these cores, you know, like these Timbersaws, or especially against Morphling, he just immediately picks up Spirit Vessel.
Yep.
And then he just pressures. And all of a sudden, it's a solo kill every time you find one of these heroes. You turn Morphling's best strength against him. You know, no pun intended.
And even if you don't kill him, just the act of having it and having that power changes the way he's going to farm, right?
Yeah. Oh, man. Are they going to kill Dream again? No way.
They don't have the hook shot. No, they're going to find their opening instead into the Ancient Apparition. That's probably going to give Dreamacell the heads up that he needs to morph to strength and be ready to waveform away, which he does.
He wasn't actually close enough.
Puts himself in the front lines, but he did not anticipate that there was going to be so much magic damage coming in.
Nope. And now he wasn't close enough for the AA kill on the Spirit Vessel charges, but now he 100% is. He's got some charges to work with. Makoto's just going to lay out Torrent just to see if that can happen. And they might even find a 2-man hookshot here if he's lucky.
This would be a nice toss back high. Doesn't have Swashbuckle to get away now. Makoto, he's going to get the combination onto Zephyr here, but really nicely placed cogs there from
Such a good
Cuckoo.
pushback.
Really protecting Zephyr as he's pulled back into the Torrent, which lands onto him. 14-1 as Geek Fam continue this tear.
They have damage problems right now on the side of Boom. Like, the AA Ice Blast is supposed to make up for that problem. But
they're going to use that Ice Blast. They will manage to get that killing spree off of Zephyr. But are they going to lose this fight for it? Cuckoo managed to push back FBZ with the cogs. He does jump away to the side here thanks to the
This
Timber
looks okay
Chain.
for them right now.
Yeah, if they can catch anybody with X marks the spot, it would be massive. But sadly, all of Geek Fam do manage to retreat once again. Something about their shot calling, really smart whenever it comes to retreating.
Yeah.
It's always very clean.
Yes, I think so too. They're okay with giving up heroes. And I think that is a big criticism that I had for them actually the other day. And a big criticism I have for a lot of C teams. Like, C teams, they must all just be like brothers or something. You know, because for whatever reason, they just refuse to let each other die. It's, you know, it's lovely. But in Dota, you gotta be willing to just say see ya, you know?
You got a no man left behind.
Yeah, in Southeast Asia, it's almost like, you know, the pub scene can be so toxic, so they're like, you know what, we're on team together, we'll change that. We'll work together at all times. So you just see dudes, like, go in, even in unsavable situations, and I think Geek Fam is very good about just cutting their losses.
You know, I think you're onto something there. With the, oh, that's a hook shot that's going to be able to find Kezcute, thanks to the illusions that Cuckoo had placed out, given in the vision, but Boom quickly turned things around. you cannot play this way anymore if you're Geek fam. You're far enough ahead that it's not worth it to get these trade-off kills.
No, not at all. And what were you gonna say?
That the pub games, they're toxic enough. Because, you know, like that's a really great way to build camaraderie, is if you just go through hell together.
Yeah. And then, you know what you say? You want to play with your team over playing pubs at that point. So you're like, dude, my pubs suck.
Okay.
Then you're excited to play with your team.
So why does NA have a terrible competitive scene?
Just probably not enough like.
Because we have terrible pubs.
Yeah, it's probably just not enough things to play, if I'm honest. Like C still has these like random cups. Like you have like these ESL India cups, ESL like cups, like these random Mineski events and stuff. They're like still tournament organizers that are like putting stuff together, and that's like what you need to foster a scene, right? No matter. That's why like the NBA D League matters so much. Oh, hold that thought.
They do manage to get jump, but just like the last 2 times they've tried it, this third one is not going to go any better. They jump in, they get a kill on a hero like Ancient Apparition, which they easily can burst, but the trade-off's not really worth it. But the team fight might be, especially if they can kill FBZ, but it gets over to the other side of the cliff. He's going to be fine, though a little worse for wear. Thanks to the health not going off. The X is going to pull back Carl. Raven does protect him with the Wukong's command. A shot comes out from the Morphling, revealing that E-Blade that he now has, but it certainly was not enough to get the kill on a Cuckoo.
They knew about it beforehand. The tiny got E-Blade comboed.
Yeah, that's true.
He got blown up. Surprised he didn't commit the SF ult. Maybe he just thought he wasn't close enough and it wouldn't lead to the kill on that Timber. I think there was like a... if you asked me for a hard number, I'd say like 20% chance that could have worked.
Yeah, I mean, they had Spirit Vessel on him.
Yeah.
And any disable, I think, could have done the trick.
Because then they would have jumped him into the wall and maybe to get the kill.
Yeah.
As they're looking for an opportunity, but... I think Zephyr is not respecting his life enough.
Yes.
I think I would prefer the clock jumping in and Zephyr, because I think once clock goes in once or twice, he's dead, like off of the first hook shot. As we're gonna see the odds, Geek Fam is, I think those are a little bit skewed.
Yeah, because they're only up by 3K right now.
Yeah, I think it's closer. It's at like 1 to 5, right? I think it's probably closer to like 1 to 4.
Dreamocells done an admirable job of catching back up.
Yeah.
He's almost tied with the Monkey King now. And Makoto, who's been focused a lot on farming and not so much on going for these pickoffs, he's also done an okay job catching up. So
yeah, and if you have damage issues on the side of Geek Fam, which I do think they have, there's a lot of mitigation on the side of Boom.
Yeah. You no longer have damage. So you said Boom has damage issues, but now that the Morphling is online, in a way, right? Those damage issues have kind of gone away.
Yeah, that's why both teams, if you notice, when they have these skirmishes, like in a lot of, if you don't have damage problems, a lot of people die.
Yes. Instead, like, it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's always like a 1-for-1. Like a support dies for support, and then everybody else lives.
Yeah.
But I will say that I think that benefits. Radiant. But I don't know. The Smurf's getting kind of big. Cap and
yeah, they just got a tier 2 as well. But the trade-off is Roshan.
This is a very good Rosh for them to take.
Yeah, the Ice Blast was used to scout out bottom.
All right, I'm calling it. I think Geek Fam are losing this game.
Okay, even as they claim the Aegis and a BKB is picked up for Raven.
Oh, I lied.
Blitz
he got BKB. Swerve. Remix.
He did not go Echo Saber. He rushed a Fusel, which I liked, and then I thought maybe he would go back for Echo Saber, but he said, no, I'm going to, I know that we're really strong right now. If I just get the team fight winning item in BKB, we can run at them.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Okay, let me explain why I think Geek Fam are going to lose. Because I think their initiation is not my favorite. Whereas, like, Boom gets to sit back. I think X is so good. X marks the spot as an ability.
Yeah, that's a broken ability.
It's a free initiation. Yeah. Like, whenever Geek Fam has to initiate, they have to, like, throw their bodies in and potentially die for it. And Boom does not have that issue, I would say. So, like, watch this.
There's tiny breaks, and they are just going to force the issue here. Now, Raven jumps to the back line, does manage to execute Kesku very quickly. Makoto has the Spirit Vessel on him and won't be able to protect himself from this Cogs combination with the SF Ultimate. The boat actually does a decent job of mitigating the damage. Can he actually get out of all this? He's so damn tanky, but Raven's going to catch up to him eventually, and that should do the trick. Now, Kesku, who bought back for all of this, about to strike as Dreamocell shows up to the fight. That was beautiful. Turns into the Monkey King and uses the Boundless strike against him, and just like that, Blitz, your prediction could be right here, as they're just going to be able to get the kill on Cuckoo as well. 19-8, and a score that was once 14-1. That gold lead that Geek Fam had has now dwindled to only 2,000.
Yeah. So you saw what I meant right there, right? Almost immediately. Whenever they have to initiate, somebody dies for it. That's not an ideal, and it's because they have damage issues. So somebody has to go in, but it's not that favorable, as Shadow Fiend's gonna not have ulti. He might just do a hit just to hit him, but I think Hyde should be fine. Whereas like for Boom, they get to just chill. Boom ID can just wait back. Like you see, the Tiny had already, you missed it, but the Tiny already died. Wait, this plays
is the fear that he doesn't use.
Yeah, this plays all, but you saw right there, like Tiny goes in, dies. Maybe they get a kill, but then X Torrent is still like, it's just better initiation. Because Geek Fam's lineup relies on like hard initiating, and they don't have these escape abilities like they did in their previous game. Like when this SF goes in, like he's hard committed. When Monkey goes in, there's no out for him, and I think that actually benefits Boom ID's lineup more than it does Geek Fam's. And I don't know what damage item they go at this point to like kind of offset that. Like I don't think there is one, is what I'm saying.
Is part of that the fact that Boom also outscales them? So in a way, because you have to trade to initiate fights and because you have to fully commit, one bad fight and like all of a sudden the Morphling starts becoming a bigger and bigger problem, and he takes over the game.
I think DreamOCell is actually playing this really well. He's chilling back. He's not allowing himself to get jumped on by the Clock Tiny. And again, if your initiation is all coming from the Clock Tiny, and like you can Spirit Vessel him, but if you don't have the follow-up damage from the SF and the Monkey, he's probably just going to walk away.
Yeah.
And he resets the fight. And now he's got Manta, so that's even harder. So your primary initiator that carries around the Spirit Vessel will just die, and then he's not going to be able to get the second charge off onto the Monkey King, or onto the Morphling. That's a real big problem.
And Geek Fam, they're smart enough to be able to read this game, even though they don't have all the metrics that we do. They're good enough at the game to know that they're probably in a bit of trouble. They need to keep up the pace.
Yeah, even though they're ahead in gold, they probably don't feel that way in game. Because you go by the latest fight, and the latest fight metrics say they're not winning team fights.
Yeah, when you look at any lineup that has a better hard carry, and then you've lost the last team fight, there's always that feel they're losing to more. Okay, Raven does manage to get down to the right-hand side. Cuckoo makes his initiation and quickly kills the Ancient Apparition. Really important part of the team fight, especially since he hasn't died just yet. But between the Rolling Thunder and the Timber Saw cutting him down, Cuckoo becomes rather squishy. Now Zephyr has been caught inside the river. It looks like he may be dying as well, but his Chain Frost is doing a lot of damage. Not enough for Carl to feel confident enough to force this. He's going to be caught by the Axe, but Raven is going to protect him with the Cuckoo. He does manage to get the Boundless Strike, hitting onto 3. The Wukong's command doesn't do enough damage, though, onto Makoto. He pops the BKB and walks away.
Yep, that further proves the point that without their initiators, like their lineup's nothing, and their initiators don't survive. Like you see the Tiny goes in, any single time he goes in, he just dies. So what needs to happen, Cap, is I actually think it's complicated because you need the Tiny in fights because he's more stuns than the Clockwork is, simply put.
Yeah.
He needs to be able to get his combo off like 3 times for them to be able to win a fight. But with that being said, I also think the Clockwork, you need him for the Spirit Vessel, otherwise you can't kill Kunkka and
Hyde 1-2 raise combo. Doesn't catch him.
I think he actually might have hit that. But
yeah, he hit the second raise, but not enough to kill.
No. So yeah, I think Geek Fam might lose this game.
Is there an item that they can get? Because it seems like control is an issue.
Yes, control.
Can anybody get an item that helps with that?
So the reason why I think the game's really hard is because when you have 2 issues at once, then the game becomes complicated. Normally, if it's like simply they need a Hex, okay, straightforward, like get a Hex then. But it feels like they lack damage and they lack initiation, which I don't know how both of their cores solve for that problem. I guess you could go Abyssal on Monkey King.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or, as you said, the side pickup for Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it would have to be like that for this to work out at this point. Like I think Shadow Fiend.
Oh no, he doesn't have any disable. He has to watch 3 people TP away from him.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a big problem. And you can see that Raven's going for an SNY, but I actually think he needs an Abyssal.
Yeah.
Plus, I think the boat is the best when you don't have any instant burst abilities. And the only instant burst they have is like the Shadow Fiend walking melee range and popping his ulti on somebody. Right? So boat, at this point, it means that all your cores will get BKB or their spells off. And that's a pretty big advantage in a game like this, I would say.
Well, Carl is still swaggering around like he doesn't care about anybody.
He's got BKB.
He just walks with confidence everywhere he goes, and he's going to be able to take that tier 2 top as a result.
They don't have TP cancels on the side of Boom yet.
Yeah. Is there a point that SF can get to where he outcarries Morphling? Like just a raw, like dataless NKB right-clicking build?
I'm trying to think about like what he has already versus like what the Morph has, and I don't think so. Because it's not that easy, right? It's, again, I think their core matchups are okay-ish. I think it has more to do with like what heroes I see on the other side of things.
Right.
Oh, he's not going to pick up the DD.
Yeah, that's a problem, because now Makoto, he'll
Cuckoo,
take that
he's
DD
dead.
and turn that damage around on Cuckoo, but he does manage to get a hook shot onto his ally, but FBC is still trying to hunt him down here. If he gets close enough, the Yules will spell the death to Cuckoo. Just slides past, though, the Glimmer Cape, helping to protect. Now FBC,
man.
he's gone way
All
too
right.
far. He does manage to Yules Timber Chain himself out of there, though. Oh, Kesku, he gets him a 4-staff. There is the Chain Frost, the Essence Ring going off. FBC, Timber Chain to the other side of the cliff, and he's okay.
Damage initiation issues.
Zephyr comes out, Avalanche, and self-Yules. Didn't mean to do that one.
All right, so if you can't kill the Timber when he's Spirit Vesseled into your like tier 2 tower with 5 heroes surrounding him,
Yeah.
then you probably are going to have a somewhat rough time winning this game.
Yeah. Are we in a desperate enough situation? Like Divine Rapier SF? Go.
When's the next Aegis coming up? I could see that actually being potential way.
Yeah, like just do it Medusa style. We get the next Roshan, we get that Aegis, get a Divine?
Yeah, the only scary part is SF is no Dusa.
Yeah.
But what talents did he go, by the way, on Shadow Fiend? Can we hover over that, David?
He went the damage per soul.
Okay.
So that's where I was asking, like, a right-click kind
I
of
could
build.
see that work. Potentially.
Lead off with the Torrent. That is one way to get it disabled through the
They wanna force the BKB.
but he is going to hold on to it as long as possible because he does have the Silver Edge coming up. Do they have any vision? They have a Sentry. They're going to lay it out now. Carl, he runs away for that Sentry. They do manage to land the Torrent, but they don't see him. He still is scared enough. He's going to pop the BKB, teleport away, and that Ice Blast will not kill him.
If he got hit like 2 more times, I could see him dying there. Oh, that was scary. I bet that was like a...
Yeah.
If the Morph was there hitting on him, he would have died. Okay, so this Roshan is massive for Geek Fam. I think... So they have actually grown their lead during that time. And that's just because their supports are so damn poor. But I think if they get this Aegis, this game's pretty easy for Boom. Like, Dream should be able to carry from this position with an Aegis.
Zephyr, it's a good time to go in. Roshan's getting very low. Can he get in there at just the right moment? He jumps instead onto the Pangolier just outside of the pit, and Raven makes his introduction to team fight with the BKB, but he's quickly finding that the damage from Dream of Cell is too much. He stays inside the Wukong's command, now breaks it as he needs to be able to jump away to the trees, but FBC is right there. Oh, he cut down the trees, but he didn't quite get the one tree that he was standing on. Still, though, they catch him with the Eul's Scepter, and Raven will fall. Next up, Cuckoo, caught by the slow of that lucky shot. Zephyr goes back into the initiation and kills Hyde. Very nicely placed Avalanche, stunning 3. The Torrent onto Carl. He still has his BKB and Dream of Cells rather low. With a Spirit Vessel on him, he pops a Manta to remove it. He's going to be good for now. Carl,
he's going to use his cheese so they can continue to fight. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Not worth it. Not worth it, right?
Yeah, you're going to heal. Please don't do that.
You have Paladin Sword, so you've got lifesteal.
Yeah.
Take a look at the replay of that team fight. It was a perfect time for Zephyr to jump in if he went into the pit, but sadly, He was just trying to find the fast kill onto the Pango.
You can see Raven right now. Like, you just kind of gets hit. He's going Deso, but again, oh, look at that. One tree. Didn't end up mattering, but it's the classic problem of I need to build two things at once.
Yeah.
To be able to win. It's like he needs the Deso for damage. He's prioritizing the damage over the disable problem that we talked about.
Oh, they actually spotted Zephyr, but not before KezCute is killed. Now they're going to be able to get the X on Zephyr. He's going to be pulled back to his
This has
doom.
been like the trade
Yeah.
every single time in this game, by the way.
Dude, KezCute has been spending his half of his game sitting back in his chair, hands off his keyboard and mouse, and just saying, worth.
Yeah, KezCute dies. Either Cuckoo or Zephyr dies. And he's just like, all right, well,
Like,
that's my life.
like, I'd be laughing so hard here. I was like, I've got a 4-staff. I don't even have upgraded boots. Like, why do you guys care?
Meanwhile, they need the Tiny. I can't stress that enough.
Yeah.
I actually think Zephyr is the make or break hero for them, which is not good, let me say.
And what's funny is, like, in the downtimes, Geek Fam have grown their lead. Which really says to me, like, if they hadn't been going for these kills, they could have just grown, like, a 15k gold lead, second Roshan, and with that, maybe they could take to this Morphling. But sadly, only up by 2,000 net worth, and their base is being assaulted.
Currently, problem after problem after problem. Like, Dream just gets to sit back and play this Morphling, and he doesn't care, because neither of the cores pressure him. And that's really what it comes down to, Cap. When you think about, like, late game situations, is, like, how do the cores match up? More than, like, who is the better late game. It's like, can one core lay out damage easier than another? Do they have disables for each other? Like, Morph hates it when he has these, like, troll-like cores that can just keep hitting him and get on top of him when he commits himself. And Monkey King is kind of that, but I don't know if his item build really allows for that, if I'm honest.
24-12. Even though they've got double the kills, as Blitz is pointing out, they will be having some issues as this game continues to progress into the later edges. We have the Butterfly coming up next for this Morphling with level 25 on its way. What's Makoto got? He has Silver Edge now. He's just a big tanky boy. Does a moderate amount of physical damage. But he's just there to do just this. Push in the lane, try and make himself a target. An open space for Hyde, Dreamacell, and KezCute to follow up. It's counter initiation. Nobody chooses to initiate on Makoto, so Dreamacell reveals himself now to start banging on the tier 3. Telling Geek Fam, the time is now. We're not going to wait any longer. We still have that Aegis, and we're going to make use of it. The toss back actually hits the illusion. Would have been a good idea, but sadly, execution not quite on point. Lost the 50-50. Now the hook shot blocked by Carl.
That's one of their 2 initiations. Oh no. When you're denying racks, you know life's hard.
Yeah. At this point, it really looks like Geek Fam, they feel like they can't take the straight 5-on-5, especially against this Aegis, so they're waiting for a screw-up.
If you look at the gold, and you didn't look at the heroes, you'd be like, oh, 1k lead, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But the problem is they were winning fights when they were down 5k. And Morph just picked up one of the best Morphling items in the game. I don't believe there is an MKB or a Rapier on either of them.
You see that win probability, by the way? It's like this net worth has changed maybe like 4k or something, but you could see the win probability has just steadily gone down.
Honestly, Dota Plus is just they're bandwagoning off what I said.
True.
It's kind of messed up, to be honest.
Oh, Carl forced to use the Satanic to heal up. The Ice Blast does hit him, and he escapes away with that Silver Edge. He's so damn fast. Almost goes max movement speed with it.
All stats things just rip me off, you know?
Yeah. There's nobody else who could possibly have the insight that Blitz Dota does.
I'm such an idiot. I'm so stupid.
Desolator is complete for the Monkey King. I mean, if they get to level 25, that is another really big upgrade for Monkey King. Because like a lot of the problem has been they've just been walking out
Yeah.
So if he can actually get to the additional
Okay, you know what you
command
actually
ring.
do to win this game? If you go 2 rapiers on this Monkey King and he plays from the trees and he gets the boundless strike crit.
He just boundless strike crits people all
Oh,
day.
he didn't get it? He messed
No.
up.
He went
Then
the
you just
primal
play.
spring damage.
I had somebody do that and they played it like a sniper.
Every 22 seconds he can do something.
But what could they do against that? Oh, well, they're going to try to kill him. Tankiest hero again.
Ice Blast is coming in. They're going to try and surround him as best as possible. FBC, they're throwing every single
They got
ability
him.
that
They
they
got him.
have.
They got him.
And they do got him. He's already dead. Dream Cell jumps to the back line, but doesn't actually kill Whitemon here. His combination wasn't quite enough. Now he's been Spirit Vesseled. He does have cheese as well as Manta. Removes the Spirit Vessel, does manage to eat the cheese, and Wavefort's out of the cogs. He's going to be good for now, but they've still lost their Timber Saw, and Geek Fam, they're itching for more. They want to be able to take more team fights.
Okay.
Sadly, their initiation from Zephyr, not up until just now. They're going to be able to get the Yule Scepter onto the Ancient Apparition and toss
the
back
perfect hero.
onto Makoto. That's really big. He pops the BKB, decides it's time to just TP away. No, he cancels it, walks out. Geek Fam, they could do this again. They can keep running this back all day. Zephyr is going to be able to get the Avalanche. Spirit Vessel onto Makoto, toss him back once again. The Ice Blast is coming in. Zephyr is going to die for this, but Makoto has been caught. Wrangled in, the 2 cores dead from Boom, and let's add a support on top of that.
That's a gem
the
too.
additional Jubilee cherry on top, a gem for that Ancient Apparition kill. Yes, please. 1 for 3.
Oh, man. Okay, so 2 things to point out there. One, we talked about how Tiny needs to get multiple initiations off. They cannot win with Zephyr just going in and dying.
Yes.
But you saw right there, he was able to get toss combo like 4 times off. And secondly, I thought the only reason FBZ played like that was because he had cheese.
Oh yeah, he was real.
I am very surprised that he was not the cheese carrier. In fact, they gave it to the Morph, who I don't think is at any risk of dying if he doesn't like mess up terribly.
Let's see that fight again. I mean, that Timber Saw was diving in so aggressively. This latter end of it, them being able to catch. I mean, if Makoto just BKB completed his TP,
he was gone,
and just trust that his allies would get out, they'd be fine.
Somebody must have made the call, or he made the call. A call was made that we can stay and fight. It's 4-on-4.
Like maybe it was the gem on KezQ. Maybe that was part of the reason they really didn't want to just give up numbers.
Oh man.
Oh dear, that's gonna be problematic. Geek Fam revitalized in this game. Now back at the helm.
Like they're in a point where SF feels like he has to go Rapier to win this game, and now he's probably considering his options.
I mean, that like he could still go Rapier, but he's in a. It's not a desperate Rapier.
Yeah.
Right. It's a let's take Aegis and get a Rapier, and go go go.
I think Morphling not getting BKB is also kind of game throwy, if I'm honest.
Yeah, Manta, you can't just only rely on Manta.
I really
right?
don't like this Satanic choice. I would, if he had BKB, he would truly be unkillable and no one could fight him. Satanic feels like he's going like a third right-clicky defensive-ish item as they're going to jump in. All right, Tiny has to stay alive here. Zephyr's actually the most important part of this game.
Zephyr uses himself to be able to dodge the axe, but is
dead.
still caught in a dead end. The Glimmer Cape is trying to protect him right now. In fact, they're going to use the
not dead.
Wukong's command. Zephyr not dead yet until the shotgun comes through, blasts off his head,
Makoto's
but
dead.
Makoto has been traded his life for it. This is still fine for Geek. They will certainly take that trade-off, especially as Carl looks to be able to chase down KezQ thanks to the Lich Slow. It's going to be able to catch up to this Ancient Apparition. 1-2. Make it a third raise, and you've got a kill on your hands. But Carl, his BKB is faded low. Now he tries to get off the ultimate, but he won't be able to do so. He chased too far.
He was
trusted
so far
too
from his
much
team.
in his BKB,
And
and
in
his
the
team
end.
wasn't able to back him up. They do have the cogs that pushes Dream Cell, but he's got the level 25. He's got the waveform charges. He'll catch up to Whitemon. He won't be able to catch Cuckoo, though. With the hook shot, he gets away. 3 for 1. Initially, it was 1 for 1, where they traded Zephyr for the Kunkka, but
Makoto didn't get his BKB off either, right? In that fight, he just got blown up.
he did not.
Oh man, that is so rough. I really feel like this should be... Okay, I think at that point when Makoto dies, I think this should be Geek Fam's fight. And then the SF gets... I can't exaggerate how far away from his team he got. Oh, he got the last hit. They got the last hit on the Roche. but they got so far away.
Well done, Cuckoo. Does he have the level 20 talent?
What was the
For
that was
the
the third
damage?
rush,
I bet
right?
it was.
What was the drop, by the way?
It was Refresher, not Aghanims.
Okay, the Ags would have been real nice, I think, on like maybe AA or something, Timber, if you feel like you need more damage. We're gonna see right here, like Makoto.
He's caught.
Gets the initiation.
Okay.
All right, and
He
then
survives
he walks in.
long enough that he gets into the Wukong's command. Boom. Trat Sep, Makoto, he's just gonna get chain stun and killed. Very nicely played out.
Gaze.
Yeah, gaze, hook shot, really well done there. Zephyr tries to go for a toss back, catches a creep instead, and now he's going to be catching a death here. He's going to be forced to buy back. The Rolling Thunder does actually nail the Monkey King, who is still in the trees. Dreamcell is going to use his long-range waveform to just skip over the command ring there.
Oh, man.
And he did not level it up just yet, so that's why it was only a regular circle. That's just going to be a lane of barracks if I don't really think they can take. Oh, okay, they're going to try. They might just be able to burst down Dreamcell. He's trying to morph into strength, and there goes that Satanic, healing himself back up to full. Carl's going to stand and fight where he can, but there's nothing they can do about this morphling unless
I'm gonna need to see
gaze
some
and the
SF
buybacks
ults.
coming out. They do have the fear coming out. That's going to be able to control them, push them back into the cogs. The hook shot goes out as well. All these stuns played nicely by Geek Fam, but they didn't have the damage to follow it up. Dreamcell survives through it all, and that, by the way, was just life number 1. They struggled to be able to bring him down and still couldn't do it. How could they possibly manage to do it 2 times, this time with no ultimates? Maybe the Wukong's command can come back up soon. They do actually find a balance
He's
strike.
getting
He gets a
low-ish.
little bit low with a break mechanic on him. He jumps forward, tries to finish off the Monkey King, but a Glimmer Cape does protect him. Raven's going to be able to get enough time away to jump into the trees, but no! Shot down. Dreamcell finish him off. Tier 3 falling fast and no buyback from the Monkey King.
Surely
Dead for
this has
2
to be
minutes.
game now.
This is a 3 versus 5. Surely no way out for Geek Fam anymore.
All right, this game though could have been won by Geek Fam. If Carl doesn't get as far as humanly possible, crosses like all sorts of borders.
That's a good ultimate there. It almost killed Dreamcell. They throw the Chain Frost, and that does take away the Aegis. Can they kill anybody else while he's still reviving? Cuckoo stuck inside of his own cogs right now as he's getting nailed by the Chakram, and Makoto swing after swing. It looked a little cool right in the middle of everybody, but at the end of the day, it does not do enough.
We're going to a game 3.
Are going to a game 3.
And I'm sure the panel's super excited about that. Yeet. But
the NA boys are dancing in their couches right now.
Yeah, just he locked on, and he was just thinking only about this AA kill.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna kill this 3K net worth ancient apparition, and
like, what did Kezku do to them in a pub? They hated that guy.
Yeah, and he's just sitting back like, I don't care. Like, you guys lose your only way of initiating every single time. Congrats.
The only time it was worth it was the time they got a gem.
Yeah.
That
one
was just
good.
a chase down at extra.
Yeah, they were
kills.
going to kill him anyways.
I think every other death from Kezku,
they got a
he
trade.
could legitimately claim it was worth.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that game especially. So I think Boom should have won that game for sure at one point. Remember when I was like, okay, I think this game's over. They're going to win. And then they didn't give the cheese to Timber, and there was like this weird window of opportunity. Makoto dies without getting BKB off, which they did very well, by the way. Shoutouts to Geek Fam. Then Geek Fam, Carl he felt it. You know, he was feeling himself a little bit too hard. He's like, Makoto's dead. I cannot die. Oh, wait, I can die.
You know who else is feeling themselves right now, Blitz? Dakota and the boys. I know they're feeling themselves. What's up, boys?
Oh, yeah. Wait, don't look yet. I'm touching myself. So, okay, we are getting ready. Game number 2 was quite the roller coaster of a ride. You know, obviously.
Wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got 1 too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like a days we'll just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
False. Would rather be buried in your homeland with these office holders.
Well, I'm. Imprisonment, and that would keep him alive. Also, we've seen that before. OD just get one extra ring of region. We even saw two. Like, you can upgrade that to 4 staff, or you can have a second one, so you don't have to bring anything to the laning state.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at this Dragonite. Has Iron Inventory, 6 extra stats. I think he should give that to OD. There's no way he dies.
Dire's
So
middle
he needs to
tower
take
is
care
under attack.
of his teammates. Also, they took down the bottom tower, and now
Radiant's top
the last hit on it. 11 with the Invis rune, but they have a sentry. Sitsu. Dragon Knight with this Shadow Blade. Wow. Power Tread, Soul Ring, Magic Wand, and the Buckler. They want to kill more. Like Shadow Blade reveal, Magic Wand, stun AA needs to hit the blast. Shadow Blade reveal, Magic Wand, stun. This Dragon is doing good. Ton of work for his team. Taking 2 towers, and this is a free tower. There's no way they defend this. We've seen FY dominating on the position 4 Vent Ranger, getting like 16-17 minutes MKB. He's so poor this game. He's the lowest net worth. I have not seen this in a very long time.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he's Dragon Knight? No, he does not. But they can make a move on the bottom lane. AA ulti flying.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure. I think he made Tranquil Boots by mistake.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But why would he buy Ring of Region? I mean, I've seen this before in this particular matchup. Have Region, yeah, because this OD is harassing you a lot. I'm not sure why he decided to go for fans of Valve skin and gloves after. He's building Yasha, but what's up with the gloves? Yeah, I've seen like Famous Voids buying that item like 2-3 gloves for some extra attack speed instead of raid bands. Oh, the Levin, oh god.
Where do you freaks keep coming from anyway?
Regeneration!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
GG! XO was like, dude, I'm out. I used ulti, I did my job. That's quick. I mean, I talked about how Chinese.
The answer got me yes. Again, they didn't use exorcism. They didn't use reincarnation. I see no. This is the roar was used with good effect. I see no reason why I shouldn't put another here. Some. It could be honest that I used just finished the Fuel Blade. I think I spoke about invisibility. I think Albert. Well, not yet. Or else, but you know, I don't know how this game gonna be.
Yeah, especially like you said, the Invoke, which means that if you call 2 people, that's Cataclysm just doesn't let any 2 people.
Meaning, put that inside for level 3 here.
See, oh, Siler does have the halberd, so you might be able to give someone who's caught inside the chronosphere. although the diffuse, it is a brutal game for Eho. Well, we said it was actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the thing. It doesn't really feel like 3 times. There's not that's gotta go
Your way.
you. Your way is Тихо.
Какая анимация полета дракона.
Смотри, с на двоих, да.
Можно выжечь ману всю.
Они так...
Он успел дать лебарду, но его убьют один раз точно, ману у него будет достаточно на
даже не убьют, надо сейчас убить.
Ну, у него 17 уровень. Вообще ВК тут хорошо разгнался.
Кто успел барду дать?
Вот, просел. У него, видишь, это тот случай, да, когда ты на войде не берешь никакие артефакты на разгон, по сути, у тебя Shadow Blade, все. Монстром не
Амом, это на разгон считается.
Да, ну, на файт пытаешься найти Shadow Blade, берешь, вот у тебя 10.
Radiant are scanning.
Не, СБ нормально. Так спида, с момом, куча регена, это все на разгон, но на тимфайт не особо.
Ты можешь инициировать тимфайт, потому что... Короче, теперь Айон Диск либо готов, либо скоро будет готов. Профит тем.
Мы будем следующего Рошана, куда они не спешат. Вообще, в Лите, конечно, когда ВК уже там получит 25-й... Не знаю, ну, только ДПС убивает урон. Да, магия.
Пока что слишком много решается за гранатомером, а у вас под сейф один это тусик, но тусик попадается в гранатомеру, его можно погибает. Приятно, 2 3 на карте.
Похоже, что нет.
Говоря, кто это? Феникс гуляет? Пробует плясать. Теперь Б отсюда сделать. Где птица? Птица.
Да, у меня там. Ну, у него еще есть. Да, теперь по самому конец надо нажать ему. Уже прожал.
Прямо твои успела вот сейчас у нас?
Я согласен, испугался.
Даже...
Он бы даже боялся.
В принципе, диффузол-то уже против ВК работает сейчас. Баланс на 20.
Да, вот это окно потерял по факту. Сказал, но реализовать он было.
Факт все равно классный, да, на войде. Не то, что факт не можешь использовать таких героев.
Просто сейчас такая ситуация, что ты на БК, получается, просто идешь вперед и ты барабан на всех. На войде ты не можешь. И поэтому, если сейчас появляется такой Рошан, мне кажется, если IG идеально как-то конспирует, Sony ставят, то их он спокойно выигрывает этот тимфайт.
Так, а ты вообще фронтлейнер кого и нет, да? Там у тебя и ВК, у тебя и Самода, у тебя и ДП, что пока ты можешь атаковать такой, ну, то есть, если не все в нее ходит, и рядом есть подстрел, можно. А у тебя что тут? Пойнт, который собирается, ну, недостаточно сильный. Атакование урона легионка, в принципе, в билде агрессивном тоже можно ее убивать. Дуайдж же могут.
И вот так как раз ее агрессивный билд-то не особо купился. То есть не было прям много моментов, нет, с этим даггером было прикол у того. 38 урон, чем 30-й выиграл. Холмы стараются бегать вот этой кучкой, отпушивать, там от райт около касси позволяет один бег.
Сколько?
И блокер в этой ситуации неплохо отпарнил. Постоянно с травмами, спритпушит линии. У него был высокий, без медаса, контворс у него уже больше, чем у Вайдаса.
К ним готов, ты говоря.
Рошан появился, и там крип.
Radiant are scanning.
Нет, это видно. Шлак у нас Фист Мастер. Фаер и Креста теряем. А дают просто такой. Или они забирают дракона прямо сейчас, или если они за эти секунды забирают, его выбирают в пол, потому что героем.
Забирать, все должны потянуться, и повезло, что здесь не было байбека, я думаю, подписали
Если кого-то смогут поймать. Да, так, поймали. Вот, не уходит никуда, это ответный фраг от Ключ. Надо самим идти на Рошана. Много ушней.
Манлокет без байбека. Тут, конечно, много брак. Бег команд.
Ну, а из ЖЗ вроде были возможности не влиять. Там, кстати, не помощь очевидна. Потому что у них много очень урона, который бы давать, и можно прописать
его надо поставить как-то. Сейчас просто.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the down.
Пожалуйста, там еще и атака идет. Вайдана и его имморт Леда подсейвливает и Легионка, и Феникс пытается убежать, висит на флайфламе, и Вайда. Джейсима, нет, что-то плей, 55 секунд без фейслес Войда. Как-то рассыпались. Ну, видишь, IG продолжают. Я почему и не понимал коэффициент на них. Они реально, прям тоже драфт хороший, играют, они там не в ловкие. Они пока все проигрывают на этом мире. То есть пока что у них просто не получается выигрывать игры. Хороший драфт важно, исполнение лейнинга важно, но все стадии игры пока перешли сайт, да? Он не сгубит как. Всего лишь 20
People wondering about why Ricky's in the bans. I thought Ricky was only in my 2K pubs.
For pub players out there who are maybe trying to work their way up through MMR, would you say Ricky's still like a good pub option for them to pick up?
I think it's a lot about your support, though. I think your support has to represent a threat with you in lane.
Okay.
Like, you want to be able to blink on the guy, and his response has to be to run away.
Not stay.
Yeah, not to just turn it.
себе и просто ловил как сало, еще что-то в мирах всего не было.
Видишь, терпения не хватило, когда полный игра, не коробка, такой было. Бестмастер, на тебя-то я хроносферу и поставлю. Ставят на него хроносферу, и внезапно оказывается, что вы убили одного героя, доставили не такой большой, вы на... окончательно.
Им как раз
between always permanent disable
Last
someone.
game, FBZ wasn't.
He wasn't. He was on
the,
hide. Yeah, he was.
I'm like, I don't think he was playing it last game, but it. I liked this hero a lot at the start of the patch, and I still do. It is a hero that you have to figure out how to get out of the laning stage. Still, yeah, the Ring of Tarrasque and overall sustain items really helped this hero specifically. Grimstroke's a pseudo counter to the Pangolier if you ever get the leash on him with his teammate. If you just ult him and he doesn't have a teammate nearby, it doesn't affect him at all. But the minute you get the leash on him, he just stands still in his role as well. Can't do anything. Very good against him for that reason. I like it with Nyx. the question is, you know, we talked about do we get the synergy with the Grimstroke ultimate? I still think this hero is all about the all about the Inkswell.
The laning phase now more than the
Yeah,
combos.
they're gonna pick something like, I think anti-mage is a concern for Geek Fam, meaning that even if they don't necessarily end up picking it, you can't pick a lineup that just gives anti-mage a good game.
No.
Anti-mage is kind of like Ricky, right? Instead of, it's the same idea. You blink on top of the guy once you're getting swelled. Really good at securing your own lane. It's setting up a very scary tri-lane potential for Boom. So I look at we really want like an independent offlaner and then a carry that can make use of these stuns that the supports are laying out there.
To go on about Grimstroke a little bit more, I know this is more of a luxury for him, but what about his Agnums? Has that become more of a, not necessity, but valuable tool for him, that it's something you actually consider as a build-up, or has it been very niche?
Very niche.
Very niche?
I think it is very good, but until, like, you know, someone like the Puppy or Croakies do it, I really don't think. It really is. Dota is a kind of a copycat game, and until someone shows something's good, other people won't do it, right? Because you don't gain MMR by trying new things, as we've learned.
It
you
has
gain
to
it
be
by
a
doing
really
stuff.
good illusion.
Yeah.
Like it has to be like a Spectre or an Anti-Mage or a Terrorblade.
Yeah.
You know, something that, or a Naga that they banned out, but just some hero that the illusion itself is super potent. It used to be such a good item that you just bought it against whatever and just used it. But now it definitely has to be a huge threat on that illusion. But we see an Ogre. Okay.
Seen it once or twice already. Believe we saw it in Furia played it on Duster, and it looks like it will be the 5-position Ogre here as well.
Lifestealer kind of stands out to me for Boom, 4th pick. I don't usually like that hero all that much, but he is quite good against what we see so far.
Yeah, I mean, the support staff's already out there, you know, which is how the drafting system typically works now, or at least teams are going to be favoring getting that support staff out early, so you can kind of start to mold a bit what you want to do with your cores. And, you know, the support staff on the side of Geek Fam, I'm surprised you're able to pull out something like the Lifestealer so fast, because you know, looking at the Rubik and the Ogre, it's great stuns, and good synergy, good setup, mobility, but it seems like there's always an answer for everything. Now the Darkseer, 3rd pickup. We did see a Darkseer yesterday as well, but these picks seem to be few and far between.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Darkseer Nyx is never a bad lane. That is scary. Or you can't really put Darkseer by himself anymore, right, with how bad Surge is at level 1?
Surge got buffed a lot.
It did, but it's still worse than it used to be,
You want to
right?
help him. Most of the time I see teams where they're cutting the creep wave with the 4. Like, meaning the 4 and Darkseer are like dual
together,
hitting the wave.
Or even just do it before, like, they on the first wave, right?
Yeah,
I know
you can do that sometimes where
yeah.
you body block the creeps and Ion Shell and that kills the range. That's another option. I just think it doesn't really matter to Darkseer all that much. If he gets like the super free early levels, he just needs to not be crippled.
Yeah.
I think people were kind of going all or nothing on him rather than just taking the secured route. Like, I think if the 4 position just stays until Darkseer gets 3, then you leave.
Yeah.
The Ion Shell just is so much more powerful for Darkseer to do whatever he needs to do by himself.
Honestly,
at that point,
it's just nice having a Darkseer with the Grimstroke. You're almost always going to get your ulti off, which, as he said, maybe it's not the spells, the double spells, but it's the fact you lock 2 people in place together and make them commit to a fight. And with the Darkseer Grimstroke, that's scary. If 2 people get locked out together, they're just dead at that point.
Yeah, there's so many heroes that can free farm against the Darkseer.
Just under tower. No, a lot, right? With the built-in Scout Shield now as well, you don't have to spend gold to do it, which is nice.
Just wonder which one they're going to choose here. You could go for like the Juggernaut. I actually like Juggernaut a lot. Not something I see too often now, even though I see it a lot in pubs.
Yeah.
Just don't see it too much.
And why the Juggernaut? Do you just like because he will be taking a lot of damage on the tower, and you do just have
they
the
just
self-sustain?
have absolutely no threat on a Jug from the offlane plus 2 supports.
Hey, we finally are getting him. Old Lycan, and that is a hero with a ton of self-regen as well, so doesn't care about the Ion Shell or the tower, and there's the Sven. All right, Grimstroke Sven.
And the Darkseer Sven.
Vacuum, stun,
Scary.
combo.
One of the best Surge heroes in the game for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Him and Nyx, right, or Lifestealer, because the one thing is they just need mobility, and it's hard to have it, but Darkseer makes it pretty easy.
I definitely would never pick Lifestealer into Lycan, so you immediately have to pick some hero that cleaves and or like clears summons. You know, the other options are like Gyro, but you also want a melee hero that goes in because you have the Inkswell. Sven just makes sense as like the perfect pick here for them. It really is a very logical pick here. It just fits all the needs of their own lineup while also addressing the last pick of the Lycan. Do I believe in this hero? That's the question. You know, I think Sven, they've kind of tossed him back and forth on what his third spell does, the Warcry. It's back to the old armor for the entire team, as well as some damage.
I mean, that helps negate the Howl.
It's
Lycan,
really good
sure.
against Lycan.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. The AoE armor is super nice against Lycan. We'll see. I've seen some Svens be real farmed and just not feel that impressive, but Lycan definitely gets kind of taken out of the game. It just makes it really hard for Lycan to ever fight. Once the game hits like 20 minutes, Lycan has a really hard time fighting you directly, so they usually result to some sort of split push dodge game. But we need a mid laner for Boom. I think you have a farmer, you have a team fight aura builder in the Darkseer, you have some stuns. I think we just need kind of this independent hero that doesn't rely on the Surge, doesn't rely on any of these things, because it's all going on the Sven.
All right. How do you feel about Void Spirit? Or is that, can a Lycan just run him down? Are you nervous about it? Because I like Void Spirit on Makoto. It feels like a him hero as well.
Yeah, I'm down for Void Spirit. I'm also down for something like a DK or something.
Oh, I was going to say DK. I thought it was going to be an awkward say, too, but I was like,
no, I
DK,
guess you're right, because it pressures a tower, too. It forces a tower.
Well.
Yeah, I think you're right. DK does look good.
Timber's out, Razor's out. I'm just naming these heroes that are good against DK that you normally don't want to pick them against. I just don't imagine how Lycan ever fights into you if you have Sven DK.
And you have a natural Heaven's Halberd builder versus Lycan, which is nice. Both teams, I wouldn't doubt seeing Heaven's Halberd on both teams.
It's a lot of melee, but I don't think that's a problem for them now. I don't think there's a fifth pick for Geek Fam that could ruin everything. But yeah, nice call, Grant.
I think this was just Makoto, right? Maybe it was a DK for another team, but it's Makoto. He wants to
really
swag.
Makoto,
He's you have those mid laners, who like, I'm just gonna go hit a tower, but this boy wants to swag on you.
Yeah, he wants to throw curveballs, not just fastballs all day.
Yeah.
He wants to throw curves.
Change up here or there.
Like I say, dribble the ball between the legs a little bit. It's not just, pick and roll. He wants to have some fun. But
Radiant team pick.
This is what we have here. You need someone who does well against Void Spirit Metal.
Grant, you've been on a.
You need someone who does well against Void Spirit Metal.
Grant, you've been on a roll.
I have.
You got this, buddy.
But we only
to match up.
Oh my! Oh, so it's gonna be the middle?
No,
or middle Pango.
Mid Ogre, let's go. Oh.
It will be the mid Pango. Okay, I guess.
Wow.
I'm curious.
Pango in all
I'm pretty sure
positions
Void
this time.
Spirit's gonna free farm this game, and I'm pretty sure Sven in lane is pretty damn good versus Beastmaster. I am so nervous every time I see a Beastmaster in a lane that threatens to just kill him, and I think they're gonna look to do that, like rotate the Nick's bottom around level 2 or 3, and this Beastmaster's game is going to be real rough. I'm just going to say Geek Fam because I've been wrong every time, so I'm just going to go with them.
Darn it, I was just going to say Geek Fam because it's so hard to bet against a Lycan Beastmaster for me. If you just lose the first 5 minutes of the game, you might lose every tower
one of
by
us is
15
going to be
minutes.
right.
You're saying it ironically, and you're saying it seriously.
I'm saying I think Geek Fam will win correctly.
Okay, so one of us is going to be right this time.
Yes.
I'm calling Boom. That's the safe play, Grant. I like it.
All right, fair enough. So one for Boom, one for Geek Fam should be an exciting matchup to get into our third game before we head over to South America. So let's head over now to our casting booth where we have none other than the illustrious Capitalist and Blitz.
I hate to break it to you, Brian, but as a long-standing panelist, let me just say, if you have to go for the, well, one of us is going to be right, so I'm going to take this team, it means you've already lost. You're already wrong. Grant still has a chance to be right. And we'll see if the viewers, you guys at home, are right, as we see the odds are going to be backing Geek Fam.
Geek Fam
takes me
lost the first or second game, right?
Yeah. People are apparently still feeling it. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of passionate fans behind Geek Fam.
Yeah, they've got the fam. Their name has it.
Yeah, you guys are part of the fam.
Yeah, you guys are part of the fam. That's shady. I don't like that. They're abusing.
And then, well, how do you feel about it? How do you feel draft-wise? Because I have my own reservations, but I want to get the professional analyst thoughts first.
Okay, I actually think I like Geek Fam's lineup. There is one thing I dislike about it. I think they have too much single target.
Yeah.
I think if
like if you could replace that ogre.
Yeah. Whereas I don't think Boom has a single target. Like they both suffer from like the opposite problems.
Yeah,
which is funny enough.
No, I agree with that.
30 seconds.
Because single target is like usually just stuns. Like you have stuns, whereas like they're easy to land stuns. Really, it just like comes down to Sven. But I actually think Beastmaster's fine against Sven Grim. I think Beastmaster. I mean, Brian probably knows this better than I do. I don't really play Beastmaster, but if I have to think about it, I'd imagine the lanes that Beastmaster likes playing against are the ones that he can't immediately get bursted. And Sven's stun is annoying for sure, but I don't think he's going to max stun. And I think he's just going to be able to harass with Boar on the Grimstroke. Is my like gut feeling. And then I feel Rubik just spams out W, and what do you do?
That part is really important. The Boar on Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Not in the lane, because that part is really annoying on level 1 Boar, keeping it alive against Khalif.
Yeah, agreed. But what were your thoughts since you said you had some
I wasn't a big fan of their last pick, Void Spirit.
Okay.
Like, I know Makoto's probably just feeling it right now, but just initially, like, I could say I don't like playing that hero against Lycan.
I will say Void Spirit versus Pango feels really nice lane-wise. Oh, and they're gonna kill Ogre. Yeah, I I generally just don't like Ogre as a hero. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Always feel like he could be replaced.
You talking about like how they don't have enough singles target? Well, like one of their single target abilities is Ether Remnant. You'll never hit it on like.
Yeah.
He's got way too much stuff.
For sure. I think Void Spirit feels really nice to play against Pango.
Yeah, that's true.
I just played that matchup recently, actually, like 1v1 mid, and I think I solo killed the Pango like twice.
Yeah, but your MMR is somehow underinflated to a point where you're smashing 5K.
No. He was like top 400.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the lane was fine.
All right, well, that doesn't, that's not the same as Carl.
Yeah, but right now I'm looking right.
Yeah, that's true. 10-0 compared to 6-0 in the mid lane. No, you're right. I do hate playing, as a general concept, I hate playing Pango against Void Spirit.
Because your windup makes it really easy for Aether Remnant to hit too.
Yeah, Brian made really good analysis of that last game, where he said it was a free Pango game in the fact that there was nothing really to threaten you from getting off Rolling Thunder.
While your roll is starting.
I want to be able to swashbuckle and reliably Rolling Thunder. I don't want to have to like Rolling Thunder from a distance and roll in because I'm afraid of whatever, you know, instant cast abilities they have.
I'll say the worst thing about this Pango is that it's really hard to play against Grimstroke. There is a counter to it though. If you get Blink and you just don't play next to your team and you play from behind, that's what Ice did, which I thought was really smart.
And Grimstroke is still very susceptible to, like, he has no escape mechanism in that regard. He is just all offense, no defense. So once you do get on top of him, he's a relatively easy hero to burst. You just
my man's died in like 2 seconds.
Team fight.
So who would you back if I had to like gun to your head, choose one?
I would back Geek, fam.
I think so too.
Because I don't believe in the last pick Void Spirit a ton, though. To be honest, like I didn't even know what his mid matchup was. I didn't even think about that part.
I think the mid matchup matters for a player like Makoto.
For sure.
You're 10k MMR, like you're a pop grinder. You want to. He's 0 for 2 in Remnants though.
And his impact in last series compared to this series is very different.
Yeah.
I think it was very astute analysis saying that like he needs to be ahead.
I think all these, like, a lot of the 10k players anyways, I don't want to say all, but you know, they're just used to like being in this pub atmosphere where they snowball a win off of having a really good laning phase.
Right.
But Lycan's gonna free farm, Darkseer's gonna free farm.
Sven is not free farming.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna just shit on Brian again. It feels like I'm doing that. I feel really bad, Brian. But I was like,
we said good things about Brian.
But when he was like, Grimstroke Sven is gonna bomb on this lane, I was like, really? I don't think so.
Well, who did just get bombed? That's Whitemon. Whitemon gets the kill on Hyde, but he died before it, so.
You know what Beastmaster really hates? When he's playing against like a third hero like a Shaker or a Tusk.
Yeah.
And you go up there, because this hero, unless you try lane him, for the most part, in 2-on-2 matchups, he has good lanes.
Yeah.
Boar is like the ultimate equalizer. So that means he usually gets over-leveled and over-farmed. Because he just has good stats. Like, you're never sad about, in pub games, about seeing a BM on your team. Yeah. Although he is doing some weird stuff right now. He's deciding to fight.
Maybe he's going to get bopped here. KezQ is out of mana, though, so we won't be able to give the Ink Swell, which he had 2 levels of over Dream.
Surprised that he decided to fight there. I think his Cuckoo's lane was fine, and then he just decided to 1v1 right-click this
Yeah,
time.
you've got a big wave coming in.
Yeah.
Don't risk that, ever. And don't ever risk the big wave pushing into your tower.
That's like 3 waves.
Yeah.
I'm sure Zephyr would be happy with it. Low-key as like a 4 position, when like your offlaner dies with a big wave, you're like, ah, damn, man, really sucks.
Oh, yeah. When I duo queued with Insania and we were gonna snipe you guys, he said he loved you. He was like, you and Tiger or Boxy were gonna play together, and it was gonna be me and Insania. And I'm quite certain he was very complimentary of me. He said, "Oh, I love laning with you. You just go in." I'm pretty sure he only said that because I would go in and die, and then he would get farmed. I'm pretty sure he only said it because of that.
Was this a while back?
No, this was like a week or 2 ago.
Oh, really? Did you guys end up sniping? No, you didn't.
No, you guys didn't end up. Actually, it might have been before the summit. You were still in Europe.
Okay, yeah, then it was before the summit.
Yeah.
He was trying to snipe me? That's messed up. You know, ever since I became his coach, we never play together anymore. Because before...
you guys spend too much time together, maybe?
Yeah, and it's like before in the past, it'd be like, yeah, you can just blow off like playing real solo queue games. And now I'm just like, you gotta play solo queue games, dude. Oh.
Dude, you gotta try hard. Zephyr, he's being try-harded right now. Right. They have the rotation from Boom. I was waiting for this.
Yeah,
I liked your call of the tri-lane.
You have to tri-lane Beastmaster.
When's the next assassin gonna show up? Well, he finally does. He doesn't kill the Beastmaster, though. And Zephyr's death does create space.
Oh, boy.
Does leave FBZ all alone in bottom lane with Lycan hitting level 6.
He's got Necro 1 already.
Yeah.
This game is gonna be...
He's gonna be really farmed. That is a big 1v1 kill, though. Makoto.
Yeah, I was like, dog, I'm like 3K. If I'm solo killing... If I'm solo killing Pangos that are good, then I have to imagine, like, if the skill difference is, like, even... It has to be favorable to Void Spirit. Yeah. This is like almost exactly what ended up happening in my matchup, by the way. I just hit 6 and I killed the Pango.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, right? You say it's a problem when your swashbuckle doesn't get you far enough away.
Yes, because at that point, once you commit the swashbuckle, Void Spirit doesn't care that you're a little bit further away. His first Q or his first jump is going to hit you anyways, and then he just gets on top of you and he can tank your physical. He doesn't really care about your swashbuckle damage either.
Yeah.
So you just straight up die. I like this move though. They're going to bring up 4 heroes. Like we said, Beastmaster gets fat naturally. Like he gets an unnatural amount of levels and XP out of all offlaners. So you have the classic problem where, it's kind of like playing Timbersaw, where you feel like you're so strong and nothing can kill you. So then everything begins to kill you.
And you're just kind of like a walking meat bag.
Yeah, because you're like normally if that's a level 2 beast offlaner, do you really care about dying there? Probably not.
No.
But you're level 5 at a reasonable time too. Very reasonable time. What level is Darkseer?
Darkseer is level 6.
Oh man, this guy's even more farmed. But then again, it's like Ogre Lycan.
Yeah, it's a very free lane.
Yeah.
Until Lycan hits level 6, there's no offensive threat whatsoever. So FBZ has been able to get a good amount of farm, as you can see, reflected in his CS, 52-0, compared to Lycan in lane, 58-0.
I actually think you have to ignore that first death on FBZ.
Yeah, for
and just
sure.
say like, screw it, like it happens, but you have to still play the same way.
Yeah, he used Shapeshift. Like if he's using Shapeshift and it's not to win a team fight or take a tower, then it's not that bad.
And I like this move conversely by Raven to chase, because I actually think you have to try to punish this.
Yeah.
I think they're both kind of doing the correct maneuver.
You want him to be put into a situation where he's finally like, all right, I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, FBZ, you have to take advantage of the fact that you are far ahead and they are like semi-tri-laning you at top.
Yeah.
Or your team is tri-laning.
No, it's up to your team to make use of that space.
Yes, exactly.
Transformation has been used. There's no heroes. Go do something. Go kill Carl. Well, Carl.
That was a kill.
He read it, got off the Rolling Thunder fast enough,
and he's gonna get the rune.
And rewarded with a rune. Refill the bottle.
Makoto was like a quarter second too greedy on using his 8th Remnant. Because again, it's the perfect setup for your hero. He's gonna start balling, and he's always gonna catch onto the tail end of it. But as far as Beastmaster goes, still having a very good game.
It's now level 6, so we might see a rotation.
I don't think so. I actually think the way that Cuckoo plays, it's like people rotate towards him.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was saying people are going to rotate in his lane, right? Don't you usually do that with Beastmaster lanes anyway?
I don't think. Where's he going to go?
Yeah.
Get a kill?
You want to gank his lane, and then because he has spores and 2 levels of Inner Beast, then you can take the tower really quickly.
You take tower so fast. And that's why I like this move from Sven. He just gets out of dodge. Don't overstay there. Beastmaster is one of those heroes that can kill you.
Yeah, and they even have a defensive ward to see some rotations. So Hyde, who is here collecting experience, is going to play very defensively.
Man, I love good Dota. I like it when both teams make like the right play.
Yeah.
It's nice to watch. Gonna get out. Had already used his Remnant, I assume, to scout. Which is why I was able to cancel the TP.
I feel like in a way when you watch games where both teams are making the right moves, you get to learn more, because then you get to see what the next right move is, right? When somebody screws up the move, then the game gets kind of wonky and you could do things you shouldn't be able to do.
Yes, completely agree. So now,
what happens when both safe lane towers have been traded? Both teams have kind of made the correct reads.
Yeah, both teams have made the correct play so far. I don't see anything egregious from either team, like it being wrong. So now I think the next move, okay, hold that as...
Well, the move here from Makoto is just to keep the pressure here in the bottom lane and collect whatever support shows up. That was Zephyr.
I think that's the right idea because they can't take mid themselves. So what you do instead is you pick your 5, which very conveniently comes with a, Grim has an ability to push out waves. So you sit him here. And so there's 2 things. Either like you always hit somebody mid to push out the wave so they can't pressure it back, or you start to pressure yourself. But with the heroes that they have and the fact that like their carries is Sven and he just wants, it's more efficient for him to hit neutral creeps. He's just going to sit in the neutral area, right?
Yeah, and then on the other side of things, Darkseer, he can rotate up to top lane, defend the lane against Cuckoo, back over to mid.
Yeah.
Sometimes this is what's going to happen, though, when you are the sacrificial 5 trying to de-push the mid lane.
But that's a big death from KSQ. Yeah. Walking past the river, I think, is really greedy.
Yeah.
Because now they're going to pressure your tower, and this is like what you were. One team is aggressive, one team is defensive, and now now your Sven has to come out here, and he doesn't really want to be here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, both Dreamcell and Makoto didn't want to have to do this, but they know they should defend their mid tower. Raven's still going to go for it here. He still has Shapeshift, and with this stun going out on the Nyx Assassin, they're going to be able to pick up at least 1 kill here. The 8th Remnant pulling him back into, with the Soulblind actually controlling Zephyr as well. As a result of all that, they're both kind of low though on the side of Boom, even if they trade 1 for 1, and not able to get out in front of that Shapeshift push from Lycan. They lose their mid tower.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a mistake by Carl. He got to the rest of his team, soulbound himself, then just kind of in an awkward position. But yeah, that's why I think the death from the Grimstroke actually matters a lot, because A, it pulls the Sven from the tower to the tower, and B, they're not defending it at that point anyways without him. He needs to be there to push out the wave and then pull it to himself. Maybe they take that tower anyways, but you got to make them work for it. That was not really making them work for it.
No, certainly not. It was a very easy freebie.
So guys, in your pub games, if you play these 5 heroes, that is your job. Is you just sit there and sit on your side of the hill, push out the wave.
If you have a mid laner that wants to move around the map.
Yeah, if you have a mid that's
if you have an SF, then he's probably gonna collect the mid lane. He's probably gonna yell at you.
Yeah.
Don't touch my creeps.
I think even then, Shadowfiend, I just prefer to hit jungle. You farm so fast.
Oh, Blitz, I think you're giving way too much credit to these mid Shadowfiends. I don't think you understand how much they like their farm and how at a drop of a dime they're willing to run down mid if you don't listen to them.
Playing
just
SF
trust me, 5s. Don't listen to Blitz right now.
If you like first 2 pick SF and PUBG, you're a real piece of work.
5-7 right now. Geek fam holding a slight net worth lead. They are up in towers thanks to that mid lane push. But what I am repeatedly seeing here from this series and a little bit of the last series, even though they lost it, was Raven really has not lost a beat.
Oh, Raven? For sure he's not.
Yeah,
I think all his moves, they all make good Dota sense.
His teams after TNC were not very good. So they didn't have a whole lot of results, and therefore it was easy just to kind of ignore the team and who was on it. But seeing Raven here again really reminds me of what he was like on TNC, and he was really a monster. He truly understands how to farm efficiently and doesn't throw away that farm very often.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I think I'll hold that as I think Geek fam they play around him pretty well too. I think the main thing is sometimes Carl gets a little bit too, like, let's say, overzealous, and Cuckoo for me anyways is like a really boom or bust player. Yeah. When he's on in that Batrider game, he's so on. But like that Clockwork game, you know, where he's trading his life for AAs and stuff, and he's not respecting his life enough. Like, I think sometimes he tries too hard to make like these big plays when they don't really have to happen. Don't go for this Grimstroke. Ignore him. Go around the top. Yeah, Zephyr, listen to your team. Move around him. Because right now what this Grimstroke is doing, because he's lost his mid tower, is he's acting as a smoke breaker. And the correct thing to do is ignore him and go
Look at it,
deeper.
he just pinged the fact that he was like, oh, the Rubik was smoked up in mid lane. Back up. Zephyr kind of ruins this for them. They might still be able to fight Dream Cell. They do get the Primal Roar. He's tanky, but he's going to just melt under this aggression from Raven. KSQ will manage to get out thanks to the surge from FBZ. No problems there, but Raven knows the Darkseer's around, and he's found him now. It's going to slow him down first with the Necronomicon. He has another snare coming up in a second, but he doesn't use it.
He had it up, I thought.
Yeah.
They're going to grab a tier 2. Okay, so Zephyr just did like a big pet peeve for me. Is you're smoking, and that smoke, if you just get the Grimstroke, you already took mid tower, so it leads to a nothing burger. That's like a completely pointless kill at that point.
Yeah.
And that really bothers me. The better thing to do is always be a little bit greedier. Like, that actually shouldn't have worked once the smoke broke, you know?
Yeah.
But, because...
But don't be greedy.
Yeah,
you don't
like
need to kill the mid wave just yet.
Like this move.
This is a big kill. Lead with the ink stroke, jump from Makoto, and follow it with the silence, leaving Carl no options to get out.
Don't make that play. Don't just go for the support. He's there to break the smoke. That's his job, is to die there.
Yeah.
I take that.
Boom. They get a pick off on a core, and they are going to try and pressure the mid lane. Of course, we saw from the diagram earlier, and you could just see it with your eyes on Heroes. Geek fam have a lot better pushing power. When they commit to a tower, they take it quickly. Makoto tries to use the ink stroke to go into the back line, only gets like a half-second stun. Not worth it. He's already blown his charges here, so all of Boom need to back up at this point. Geek fam brought their whole squad. The whole fam showed up to defend mid-tier 1.
God, this Lycan is so farmed.
Yeah.
Necro 3, Helm of Dom, 15 minutes in, has 1,200 gold built up already. It's unreal.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is Necro 1 still too efficient of a farming item? Oh, Boom. I didn't think they were going to get here in time, but possibly with the surge. Look at Heiko! He just runs in there! And the Spike Carapace doing so much to Roto! Oh! They do manage to get both the Roshan and the Aegis. No problem for Geek fam here, as now they're going to be able to use that shapeshift to run down KSQ on the left-hand side. Makoto was trying to go for the Rubik kill, but thanks to the stolen Dissimulate from Zephyr, he stays alive for a little bit longer. He's still alive, in fact, and now he's baited Makoto in, allowing Raven to be able to clean up that kill at BC and Dream of Cell. They're pushing forward with Hyde. They will manage to land a stun after follow-up stun on Carl, but Carl's really tanky thanks to the shield crash. Swashbuckle up, 1 second, he gets away and disarms Dream of Cell. Dream of Cell's still gonna go forward here thanks to the surge. They feel like they have the mobility, but there's too many stuns, and now Dream of Cell needs to run away. A great impale comes out from Hyde, covering Dream of Cell's stacks, but he has blown the BKB, he's blown his ultimate, and they didn't really get an important kill out of it. In fact, I don't think they got anything out of all that.
didn't have the lift available or the stun, but still really good fight from Geek fam. And that was the buyback on the Nyx Assassin too.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That was very, very good for them.
So all they got was the Beastmaster kill. In exchange, they killed 4 people.
100% worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now that Boom is no longer in fighting shape, they're going to go for another tower here. Raven does it safely with just his Necronomicon really leading the way. Makoto, if he could catch Carl here, it would be really big, but instead he's going to go for Raven. Carl's going to be allowed to get off his Rolling Thunder. Makoto jumps back. Oh, telekinesis on a Dreamcell. He does have his BKB, but he's not being allowed to use it thanks to the stolen impale from Zephyr. He pulls him back with the telekinesis and chains the stun with the stolen impale.
This game's already over.
It's looking like Geek fam feel that way because they just all in tipped Dreamcell. And Dreamcell even gives a sheepish sorry to his team. He knows he just done fucked up.
He goofed real bad.
And now it's going to be a tier 3 possibly falling here. The Crimson Guard is doing wonders in protecting this tower, but it won't protect FBZ as he's actually fine. He gets a surge away thanks to all those disables. And with the Soul Bind, maybe they can do something here. Yeah, they're going to be able to jump back in and get a kill. Makoto, one last Astral Step.
They got to get out now.
The Beastmaster and Geek fam will not be able to get that tier 3. In fact, they're going to lose more. Aether Remnant is going to be able to catch Whitemon. Nice impale from Zephyr. Actually got hit by the Spike Carapace. Maybe with the Surge, Dreamcell could find him. No, he's going for creeps.
Not a bad way to hold. 3-2-2 gold change in favor of Boom.
I think more than that, because it didn't include the Beastmaster kill in that recap.
Yeah.
So that was pretty big exchange. See that one again. I mean, Makoto is running away and Dreamcell running towards the enemy. Like, there is not appropriate communication going on there.
I don't think they could have fought though anyways.
Yeah.
Just an awkward position to be in.
I think Makoto had the right idea where he was like, oh, geez, they've blown Rolling Thunder. This is no longer a fight. Get out.
Cuckoo has to know something too about this game is when the wall is dropped, his supports don't want to run past that. So when he goes past it himself and then he drops the roar, he's kind of leaving himself in no man's land. I think the Geek fam supports did the right thing actually. If they all commit past it to try to kill that Darkseer, I think they get team wiped there.
Yeah.
Or like damn near close to it. And then your Lycan's going to lose his Aegis for nothing.
Another hero that's really susceptible to that wall is the Pango. Right? Because you create a illusion, it lucky shots you. That's a hefty disable.
The Abaddon issue.
Yeah.
It always feels so nice playing Darkseer against Abaddon.
Yeah.
You just drop a wall and you ignore this illusion that's just silencing you repeatedly.
Rolling Thunder looking to finish off high, but he gets silenced first. Carl is going to use his movement speed to try to run away, but he's pulled back by the vacuum. Stun combo with the Sven. That is a combination we haven't talked about just yet, but a Surge it allows Dreamcell to just run comically fast after Zephyr, maybe finding a secondary kill here, but Zephyr was tanky enough he lived through it. Now the BKB has been wasted once again. The Primal War is going to be thrown down. There's the wall of Replica. They're going to be able to get a beautiful impale. That's going to allow Dreamcell to land a Cuckoo, and he's got the Ink Stroke on top of that. Raven had to play away from it, goes back in, but realizes that's not an easy kill enough for him to get. He needs to run away because the Shapeshift is running out of time. Carl tries to go kill him, but gets hit by the Spike Carapace, and now he's going to be stunned up. Carl is tanking. He's got another swashbuckle up. He's going to try and jump away. Makoto, meanwhile, he's focusing on getting extra kills. Makoto just finished off Carl already. Just take what you got in your hands. What's that phrase about, you know, one bird in the hand compared to two in the bush? Just get the core kill you've got in your hand, man.
That was weird because Carl could have gone out.
Yeah.
He could have gone to the right and swung downwards, but he decided to go for the kill on the Makoto, and that was not going to be an easy kill. And now the gold has gone in favor of Boom Esports. And Geek fam have just like thrown 3 fights in a row. 2 fights in a row.
It's getting a little weird out here.
Yeah, what we complimented them for, not like lingering, just ditching heroes if they need to. They're not really doing that this game.
Yeah.
I think that was a dieback too, right? I think the Pango died and bought back.
He did buy back, yeah.
That was a dieback, yeah. That's a lot of gold that he just tanked his net worth. Look at that.
He's
And
now
Raven-
behind Cuckoo.
Raven's just begging them, like, please. I've had such a good game.
Let me carry you, damn it.
His farm it's unreal. But it might not matter if his team just continues to make plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, now the Sven is caught up to him thanks to all these kills, and Sven is a really great answer to the Lycan.
Oh, boy.
At this point in the game, Sven's going to start swinging. He's going to be killing Wolves and Helmet Dominator creeps, Necrobooks, and that's just going to be a lot of gold by itself. Not to mention, you take away a large part of the threat of the Lycan.
Help Raven help you.
In fact, I would go so far as to say is just stop helping. Just let Raven, just stop making plays. Just let Raven end the game for you.
Yeah, they definitely could have just left, lost Zephyr there. They had lost their, they had lost Carl on the Pango.
Yeah. Or the top lane push, just let me hit the tower.
Yeah, I have Aegis.
Just chill.
They're getting way too antsy for no reason.
Well, now, the physical builds of Makoto is really coming into play. He went the early Chrysalis, no Yule Scepter, which I quite liked against the Lycan, and now he's got the Deso as well. Level 15 talent for some extra damage. If he can get to level 20 where he gets the restore time, that's where the Astral Step physical damage build really starts building up. Because then you're not just 2 charges in a fight, maybe a 3rd. Rolling Thunder leading the way onto FBZ, and they actually stole Surge. That's going to be a really important steal, especially if Carl maintains to get these stuns onto the back line. Accidentally rolls into the Beastmaster. Now the two of them are going to be silenced and stunned by the Sven. One already dead. Look at the damage coming out from Dream Cell. Fortunately, Carl has shield crash, but it's not enough to protect him. Zephyr stunning himself on Spike Carapace, looking to get that kill, but instead they go for Whitemon. Ogre falls, and a Meteor Hammer dropped on the tier 2.
Middle tower.
3 dead, a push coming in from Boom.
Okay, now it's just completely gone the other way. Oh, this is awkward. This is getting rough.
Yeah, the game was half thrown. Now it's been fully thrown. Now it's all Boom.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I thought maybe Carl, with the amount of stuns he got here, if he just stayed in the back line and didn't roll back into his team right that moment, I think they could have maybe done something there.
Okay, so
it really goes to show that this Sven is unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, Raven's not even going to be able to play Dota.
A surged up Sven at this farm with BKB.
Yeah, I mean, Raven's 704. He's had like the dreamiest of dream games. No one's touched him.
Yeah.
He's able to kill everything, but I mean, they're just getting themselves in such bad positions.
Oh, this would be a really big pick off if they could get it, but it was just the telekinesis. He didn't have anything else. Still holding on to the surge he stole earlier. Carl.
Geek Fam still can win, but it's just a shame because of how they had Aegis. They were pushing top after they had killed Sven. Just let your Lycan hit the base.
Yeah. Now they're going to have to rely on superior execution.
Yes, now the game is really tricky.
They need Carl to just constantly be stunning heroes. Raven has to play away from the Sven and find openings where he can kill somebody like Makoto, which requires somebody to actually get their stun off. So Cuckoo probably has to get Primal Roar onto Makoto. There's a lot of very specific things that need to happen for Geek Fam to win this fight. Now, right now, they're just waiting out the wall. Replica, look at that. Zephyr had the stolen surge, so he tried to bait himself, but it actually worked for a really nice Rolling Thunder, and they got the Nyx Assassin. Look at this. They're going to be able to get both the supports with this. Kescue does die.
That actually worked?
That was the most insane bait I've seen.
Zephyr just like, you know that show Flash? He just like Barry Allen it in, zoomed right out, just
I was like, wow, of all the stuff.
My name is Barry Allen, and I have telekinesis up the enemy team and running away from a Stormhammer. He can't outrun it, but he can get. Oh, what a vacuum! Dreamcell didn't have Stormhammer up though, so he couldn't really take advantage of that big grouping that happened there. He's just burning through whatever creeps he can hit right now. Still no heroes. He is being kited around right now. Fortunately, they do manage to get the disable onto Carl, and they chain it with the Stormhammer. He's now dead. No buyback available there. Raven stops moving.
Raven's
He's disconnected for sure.
Yeah, there's no. Okay, yeah, he.
That's a rough
cores
one.
Keep lagging. Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, Raven's just like, for a moment there, it looked like he was just done with the game. He's like, that's it. I can't carry these guys.
What's going on right now? So we're gonna see the replay. All right, he literally just walks in and then walks out.
He's like, guys, they're disabled, so I can outrun them.
Oh man.
All right, well, that's going to be Whitemon gets caught in the Roshan pit, but that's really.
I no longer know who's gonna win this game. Like Raven's trying. Zephyr actually, that was the sickest bait I've seen.
We haven't even seen Boom execute a vacuum Stormhammer combo yet.
No, I thought they were gonna get it right there and like team wipe them, but they're not really doing that. This game's hilarious though. Raven's just trying his best. He hasn't died yet. 7-0-6, excellent score. Usually that means you're gonna win. And yeah, just now that they have Aegis, maybe things are easier, but it's not like Lycan is the best Aegis carrier. And I think you might have missed your timing a little bit. I think top, when you had Aegis and you had the Sven dead, was probably supposed to be your Rax moment.
Well, off they go. Boom. I thought they were gonna take mid-tier 2, but they seem chill to just farm. It's been a hectic game 3, and it is a game 3, even if there's the mismarking at the top of the screen. The score is 1-1, and this will determine if Boom could potentially be the top team in their group. Assaultline actually snatches both of these heroes. They get the silence onto Carl as well. They've already killed Zephyr. Carl may be up next. Makoto, meanwhile, is going to try and get out of here with the Dissimulate. He's going to be good. Controls up Cuckoo. Vacuum back in. Nicely played by the Darks here. Dreamcell is trying to battle out. He's trying to get away from Carl right now. Turns around.
Nice cleave hit
just to be able to finish off that.
Raven's going in right now.
Raven's coming in. He knows that Dreamcell can't really fight them without God's strength, without his BKB, and they still have a few more seconds to go. He's trying to get the kill on FBC, but Dreamcell's come back. He's got the God Strength now. Now they got the Impale into the Meteor Hammer. That's going to be life 1 with the Shapeshift used on the Lycan. He puts the cheese into his pocket, but without his ultimate, I don't know what he can really do here. Whitemon and Carl, they're going to try to help escort Raven out of this fight. They're trying to get the disables necessary to protect them.
Got him out.
Do you need a couple more lucky shots to be able to do so? But Carl may just lose his life as he tries to protect Raven even more, slowing him down. He eats a tango. Here comes the surge. Raven now pops his BKB, and they have the roll out from Carl. They're going to be able to get the Nyx Assassin. They do save, and now they might be able to turn things around as they get the stuns on to Dreamcell. He's going to be surged up, but the stun comes out. A multicast stun at that. Dreamcell gets up to the high ground. He's going to be good. FBC, though, Raven's after him. Oh, Wake Stroke. It's going to stun Raven before he can turn around and hit the Sven. He TPs out in time. FBZ, not so lucky. Zephyr with the stolen spike carapace blinked himself onto the Ion Shell, activated him, stunned him, mid of the TP, and FBZ, he may die here as Vacuum up into the high ground. Nicely played, but he didn't catch everybody, and that means FBZ will die. Raven, meanwhile, on the other side, did catch KezQ and has joined the rest of his team here in the mid lane.
Oh my god, I just watched Raven eat a 30-minute tango to try to survive. He was doing this man is trying his best to win. I've never seen that. He had a share tango from like 10 minutes ago that he had kept in his inventory, and he's like, I will survive. Damn you. Pops everything he can. He still hasn't died once this game, and it is such a shame of how close it is for his team. But Boom Esports is doing a lot of good things. The way that they set up team fights completely around their Sven, they're being patient themselves.
But really, what it comes down to is which carry gets to initiate first. If Raven just gets to play like that, you know, starts on all the supports, life is real easy. No one to really kite him. He doesn't really have to one-on-one the Sven while his God Strength is up. He can just kind of run circles around him.
Well, now you can't kite the Sven any longer. Now he's got the Aghanim Scepter. So where his Stormhammer goes, it's where he goes. We'll see how that turns out. As I imagine that is just one more obstacle for Raven to work around. Now it means he can't even get within Stormhammer range.
Oh man,
that's kind of crazy.
Okay, everyone just DCing real fast. This game's
20 to 22. Very even.
Seems very entertaining. It just keeps going up and down.
Yeah, the net worth and experience up and down. The win probability doing the same. It was once up to 75%. We were talking about how Boom ID were in really good control of the game, but now it's peaked back upwards after a few awkward fights.
The best roller coaster rides are ones with ups and downs.
That's true. What about those simulated roller coaster rides? Have you ever been on one of those?
Negative. Roller coaster rides make me really dizzy.
Yeah. You had a hard time at Disneyland.
Don't remind me. Universal Studios killed me. That mummy ride.
The mummy ride.
Thought I was gonna die in there.
That's for those of you who don't know, the mummy ride is one of those quote unquote like scary rides where, you know, they put you in the darkness and they do little things to make it feel like something's about to hit you and stuff. William was not about that.
Thought my girlfriend was gonna leave me after she saw me on that.
Blitz was a crouching, shuddering mess.
All right, here we go. Game is going to resume. Net worth is completely even at this point. It is. I thought Geek Fam could not lose this game, and then I thought Boom
could not lose
this game. And so now, you know, I'm just in it for the ride.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Both teams have certainly proved you wrong.
Yeah, so I'm
both
just kind of
teams are capable of losing the game at this point. Both teams are also capable of winning this game. It's been full of some bad plays, and it's been full of some great plays. We've gotten both sides of the coin here in this.
Anything can happen.
Pretty epic game 3 right now. Just as a reminder, Boom are fighting for top in the group with this against Adroit, because they did manage to take down Fnatic yesterday. They do the same to Geek Fam, then all that's left is Adroit. If they take them down, then it's first of the group, and first of the group means you're already in the grand finals. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, it's the opposite.
Radiant
last in the group gets cut, and if they lose to Boom as well as Adroit, then things are looking very, very dire. Boom playing on the high ground here as they approach this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Zephyr looking to pull the creep wave off this tower. They're trying to pull Boom into them a little bit, but I don't think Boom is going to take that. I'm just gonna focus on hitting the objective, and then maybe they're gonna back off here. The Darkseer is showing himself in top lanes, so it's time to run away. And now it's time for Geek fans to do something, because they did see the Darkseer in top lane. They know they're a little bit split. If they could potentially catch somebody here, would have been a great time to end perhaps, but
they're gonna run into Hyde here.
Dreamicell, he had the right read, and it's Hyde who makes the correct maneuver as a 4. He runs into the smoke while he's vendetted and manages to get out.
I'm so stressed right now. I have no idea. I'm just kind of just waiting in anticipation.
Oh, you can't get away from the Sven. The Stormhammer. Now the follow-up impale. Fortunately, the telekinesis is going to solve this damage. Maybe long enough for him to be. They need a burst swashbuckle. The force stab. That bails him out. Dreamacell. He has another Stormhammer.
Raven's getting in the back line.
Raven is looping all the way around. He's already caught Kesku. BKB
nice
going
BKB.
off. He managed to dodge the Stormhammer, stun the Primal Roar. They're going to focus on this Sven. He's tanky though. He's a big boy, and he hits really hard too. He managed to bring down Cuckoo, but he does fall eventually here. Fighting around the wall of Replica. Carl, he needs to work his way around this wall. Makoto goes straight through it and retreats, trying to head back to the base. Hyde and FBZ, he says, you two are on your own. I'm out of here.
That's a 2-for-2 trade, so Geek fam aren't really going to want to go high ground just yet off of that, but that is the kill onto the Sven. They finally brought him down.
It goes to show they are capable of focusing the Sven first.
Yes.
Given the right scenarios.
I mean, they really messed up. They decided to go all in for Carl, who just kept bringing himself further and further back. I can't stress this enough. If you do that, your supports are dead.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing for Grimstroke to do. He has no protection anymore. He can't keep up with you. And Raven is playing these fights really well. Raven's doing the correct thing. Just go for the backline, kill them first, but they might get this kill.
Chain stun, Meteor Hammer does land onto Carl, but he gets enough of a heal up mechanism that they're not going to be able to commit. Hyde and actually Makoto could be caught here. They get the multicast done. He's dead. Hyde's going to be chased down by Raven rather easily. Raven's going to try and look around, see if he can find somebody else.
They tried so hard to bring him down, and they were so close. Might have been worth it if they were able to do so.
He had the right idea. The Darkseer was indeed down here, but
just trying to buy some time for his team. And Raven's running as fast as he can to the rest of his team. They want to check if Roche is up as Carl misses. Immediately laps him.
Roshan is not up, but it will be in 10 seconds. This is an awkward point because Roshan could be spawning in 2 minutes time, in which case high ground is the right choice. But we know it's actually in 10 seconds, and maybe they shouldn't go high ground. Maybe they should just take the Roche.
Yeah, but, you know, no drama. Big money show right now.
Tier 3 down.
Here we go, Raven. I mean, he's just hitting away.
Are they going to give this lane a barracks and keep the buyback on Makoto?
I think so. You want to fight for the Roche, if anything.
Yeah.
Unless they get some sort of, like, sick combo here, but...
Yeah, that's where FBZ, he's just going to put himself forward. Oh, yeah, repair kit. That's a game changer right there.
Fine. I think even then, you would have probably saved buyback. Just give up melee racks and then fight for Roche.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy that a neutral item prevents a barracks from being taken.
Wild. Okay, let's...
4-man smoke up, and you are absolutely right. What they truly want to fight for is Roshan here, leading the way. Here comes Dreamacell. He immediately just charges in, goes straight for Raven, but Raven's already activated his shapeshift, and he's going to go for that backline. You always want to see that. It's going to be Kesku. He's going to be impaled some, though. He's going to get low. He's now Stormhammered. He's dropping low, and he will fall. The Primal Roar was too late. It controls up Dreamacell, but the damage is already done. Raven's gone. Carl, he's going to have to fight it out without their primary damage dealer. Meanwhile, that Stormhammer runs right into Cuckoo. Now he's going to chase down Carl. 3 seconds left until a swashbuckle is up. This is a lost fight. They're just trying to save as many of these pieces as they can. Carl's going to be able to get away. Zephyr 2. But that Roshan, it's lost.
Wow. That is, oh, man. Even, he just got into the back line. And he did kill Grimstroke, but he was just left in no man's land. Did the same thing for his team, and they weren't really ready for him to move that quickly.
Yeah. I don't know where Cuckoo was positioned in the fight, but he desperately needed the Primal Roar earlier.
They needed to be able to lock down the Sven while he was killing the Grimstroke, so you don't get punished for that move. Oh, man, this game, Raven has to be tilted out of his skull. He's 16-1-7. That's his first death. That's his first real questionable move he's made, and it just feels like the game, it's so hard.
Dataless for Dreamacell.
He microed so well too. Did you see him like Centaur stun in the back while he ran in to the Grimstroke? Like, he kept the Sven controlled, but I'm not sure what Cuckoo was doing there in that fight. Would love to see the replay.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a chance to spot that either now or after the game. 26-27 as we approach the 40-minute marker. fresh round of neutral items.
But this time around, Boom finally have like a significant lead. All comes down. That kill streak, 15 kill streak, was so big.
Yeah.
Carl's thinking about it.
Spamming the Rolling Thunder, ready to let it go if the opportunity presents itself. But,
sent out the board. 2 wards placed though by Hyde.
I think they might know because of the Hawk vision. But we'll see. It may not matter just because I like this ward positioning. They know that Raven's going to come in from behind. They want to be able to protect their supports. Carl, silenced up. Stormhammer trying to chase him down, but the Force Staffs come in very clutch. Carl's still low enough, though, that Makoto tries to go for the kill, unable to do so. Pops BKB and TP's out. He's going to be fine. Creeps are indeed gone, and Dreamcell is going to be pulled back in. He's already blown his BKB. He still has an Aegis, but with the God Strength being blown, this first life, it was composed of almost everything that Boom had. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take a secondary fight here. Dreamcell, he comes back. They got to get him out. Primal Roar going in. That swashbuckle and all that damage from Raven. They popped that Sven in his second life so quickly that Boom did not have a chance to extract himself on the battlefield.
When Cuckoo gets off good roars, it's so easy for Raven to play. That's what the biggest difference was between the previous fight and this one. Plus that weird maneuver where they have to they sort of dove and now they have to back. And it just was such an awkward position. It feels like both teams struggle really hard with going high ground.
Yeah.
Against each other, but props. I mean, good spell casting on either side.
40-minute items.
Also, Aegis on both these teams feels so underwhelming.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't really feel like it matters at all.
Both of them have
Aegis just die immediately.
Telekinesis, follow stolen Stormhammer from Zephyr.
Oh man, Zephyr is making some plays.
That finds the opening on FBC. He dies and drops the gem. Now, Geek fam are gonna go for that high ground. Will they successfully do so?
Guys, please. One of you must win this game.
They've got a double damage still on the Lycan, and Raven is experiencing a bit of post-traumatic stress. He is looking at that high ground and going, how many fights have we lost in this position? I'm out. I'm backing up.
I like it. So what he's waiting for now is a team fight. He's like, we will fight outside the base. We'll do it properly. Cuckoo, you in front with me.
We will fight them in the air. We will fight them on the ground, but we will not fight them in the high ground.
I like it. I like it. Good reference. Your reference is always the sickest, bro.
Oh, thanks, bro. What item do you want? Ooh,
Havoc Hammer. You want Havoc Hammer?
do you? No, nobody wants Havoc Hammer unless you're a Centaur.
Did I tell you I think that's the worst neutral item?
I think that is...
It's the one in the late, because it's late game and you're thinking to yourself, why? Of all of the ones that I could have gotten, why?
Yeah. Now, I think there's an argument for some of the tier 5 items. But I will agree that Havoc Hammer is definitely on the top 3 list. It's just like, you've got a strength carry in Dreamcell, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want Havoc Hammer.
Oh,
he'll keep the Titan Sliver over that. Maybe.
My guy Pop-Tart, show me the graphs. I need to see this. Dota Plus is so confused right now.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a wild ride, but we haven't even hit the climax of this roller coaster. We have yet to hit that big drop. And it's going to go one way or another here, I think, with this next team fight. They're going to find the opening on a Cuckoo. That is going to be Boom getting a free pick-off before the team fight even occurs. A 5 versus 4, but they run away. Boom is also terrified. They use the AoE surge.
Nobody wants to throw this game at this point. They've been conditioned.
I mean, now they're all Lycans. Lycan pops shapeshift and runs around at max movement speed. Well, they can just all AoE surge and keep up with them.
They have ways to get out now. And that's just a lot of gold, by the way, that he's feeding away.
Yeah.
That's the Wolf, 200 Gs. The Necrobook. 300 Gs.
I mean, StreamSL is going to be catching up to Satanic.
Who's gonna win now?
Witless Shaco.
Oh, he ate Aghanim's Blessing. And the Darkseer had Ags, right? Oh, who'd they give the Ags to? Nyx. Or Void Spirit, okay. It's not bad.
Yeah, for AoE silence plus 2
Is that the best one that they could have gotten?
I can see an argument for Nyx Assassin in traditional games, but this one, like, everyone's so mobile, right?
It'd be kind of beast if they could get the Lycan one. Or you get
the Wolf
Grimstroke.
Bite.
No, I was gonna say if you get it for Grimstroke and then he summons like the mini.
Yeah, the Phantom.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool.
Dark Phantom, Dark Portrait. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. But Geek Fam gonna smoke up. This could be the end of the game, depending on who wins this fight decisively. Is
Carl. His smoke breaks, immediately rolling thunders, just tries to roll after them. An AoE surge is allowing them to be able to get away. All but Kezcute, who's going to be quickly executed by Carl. On the side, they've actually got the telekinesis on the high. That's a second hero down, both of them being supports though. Oh, it looks like FBZ, he just gave up his life to give a surge to DreamSL to get him out. DreamSL
actually going to try to
not leave you behind.
How far can you go?
Stormhammer away! DreamSL chasing Raven into the river, but now he's just going to get kited around. He needs another Stormhammer or a surge, and FBZ is there with one. A Stormhammer onto Carl, bops him in the head and continues to keep on running. An H-Stroke goes out, a vacuum. They thought they were going to turn, but that's not the case. The Soulbind locking down the two of them. High comes in, Impale only on one. Meanwhile, DreamSL, he's already killed Zephyr. Now he turns back onto Carl, who's caught by that Soulbind, and now I can't believe it. A Stormhammer catches Cuckoo, immediately buys back. The rest of his team holds their buybacks.
Oh no, they got so far away.
But we've reached that critical point, Blitz, where Roshan could be up right now, or it could be up 3 minutes from now.
I thought for sure Geek Fam had this game after that fight. And now I just haven't, again, it just,
I mean,
the twists and turns of this game alone.
If you're Boom, though, you're not going to go high ground, right? You're going to be like, we need Roche.
Yeah, for sure they are.
And what they don't know is Roche is not up for another 2 minutes, so
this is perfect timing. Reset. So now Geek Fam have to come out on top of this because they didn't have to use any buybacks themselves. Whereas Boom Esports had to use quite a few.
Yeah.
This is the worst feeling when you win the team fight, but you're not really sure what to do.
Yeah. This is, this moment sucks so much. You're just like, please, Roshan, please spawn.
The RNG.
Make these buybacks worth it.
Because if you force the high ground here because you want to force buyout yourself and you lose the fight, then the game just ends.
Yeah.
Or I would like to think the game ends.
Yeah. Or maybe we just take one more go round.
Yo, Pop-Tart, pull it up again. Young Pop-Tart on the beat. Let's see this. It's just up and down, up and down. You're looking. Okay.
Like that sharp drop downwards on that graph at one point around like 35 minutes or something, and it was like, oh, maybe that's the end of the ride. And nope, it goes back up.
It's because whenever either side gets a wipe, they forget that they don't have spells up, and then they continue the chase. Like Geek Fam, they don't have Roar, and AoE Surge is excellent then. So the Sven was just like running around like Superman, just bopping people on the nose. It's actually so funny, like whenever he executes, it just looks like the stun kills them.
So he's gonna go Bloodthorn on DreamSL. Which Sven is a hero that doesn't need the attack speed, so the new Bloodthorn might actually be really good for him. They're going to AoE Surge, pop out. Both teams have ways to be able to scout in the Roshan pit. One has a Hawk, the other has a Courier. Roshan does spawn. Geek Fam, no.
But one team has buybacks.
Boom does not. Yes, Boom.
They have a Hawk of their own.
Yeah, they've got the old bunny. Bun-diddy, bun-daddy.
Okay, here we go, here we go.
6,000 net worth lead, but no buybacks on any of their heroes. And meanwhile, Geek Fam, just 2 without buybacks. Surge stolen by the Rubik. And it's a very important pickup, especially when they're looking to kite this Sven in order to win the team fight.
You're afraid right now if you're Geek Fam because you don't want to just walk into the pit. That's where Darkseer and this Sven are going to excel. But you do want to force something just because you know you have the buyback advantage.
Back in. They're going to be able to go for Whitemon. He's going to be hit by the Stormhammer, but Dreamcell realizes this is not where he wants to be. He's going to pop his God Strength and start backing away. The Rolling Thunder hits FBC up. Dreamcell goes back in again, but this is all for an Ogre. They're going to be committing, trying to finish him off, and they do get the kill, but how much does it cost you? Raven, he looks for somebody. He's actually going to try and focus on Dreamcell here. He gets a surge, runs away. Cuckoo's dead with him. Cuckoo's going to die, and he does not have buyback.
Oh
Boom
no, he's one of the two.
They had no buybacks at the start of this engagement, but they played it clean, didn't lose anybody, and now they've got a buyback on both the Darkseer and the Sven, and they may have just gotten themselves Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and an Aghanim's Blessing.
Oh, that's so rough. I mean, Cuckoo, you have to use your roar when you can actually get Dreamcell in a killing position and not just to save an Ogre. I don't even think you mind because he was invis anyways, right? Like, the Sven doesn't have detection.
Nyx will take the Aghanim's Blessing.
Okay. So now they're real far ahead.
Makoto takes the Cheese, and Refresher Shard goes to FBZ.
Okay, so now they have double the back wall.
Yeah.
Okay. I just... I thought for sure, I was so certain, Geek Fam, with the buyback advantage, we're going to win that Roche fight, and instead it's just Boom that outperforms them in that little pit. Their heroes are so good around the Roche pit. And surely now, with all these advantages, no buyback.
A force sap into the Rolling Thunder is going to be the start of this small hold. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage on it.
Nice stun out.
Carl really pumps it out right now. Dreamcell's going to try and heal up with the Satanic, but they're hoping to be able to hunt, and they do. They take away the Aegis from it.
There's still no Cuckoo, though.
Dreamcell still has his BKB, but no Satanic, no second life, hide.
Oh.
With his Aghanim's Bless.
And that's just that second life.
Safe space.
That Aegis advantage is now all of a sudden gone.
Yeah. They still have the Cheese on the Makoto, but it goes to show this Sven, even without any damage from the Lycan, that was pretty much just the Pango.
Yeah, it was just the amount of poke that they have. They sent out a stun by Zephyr, lay out some Ogre Fire Blast.
Yeah, I mean, the late game multicast does a ton of damage. If he can get to level 25, get the Fire Blast damage, oh boy.
Dude, this is my favorite game of this year.
Things are...
The swings. If you're a fan of either team, I have no idea what you must be going through right now.
Dude, if you're, all right, weird thought, but Zephyr is trying to build an Aghanim Scepter. Do you even want the Aghanim's version of
No,
Stormhammer?
you don't.
If you're Rubik?
I actually think that hurts you.
Cast yourself into that
hurts
fight.
you.
A lot of the other abilities would be sick to get, of course.
It does give you invulnerability, though, so you could blink out.
Yeah.
It's just awkward. Okay, let's see. We're approaching an hour-long mark. This is the longest game that I think I've seen so far in this patch.
Another 9 minutes, and we will be in Tier 5 item category. And
then anything can happen.
We can revisit the worst item discussion. But is Boom gonna let it go that far? And they backed up to farm. They do not have a buyback still for another minute or so.
Yeah, and Boom's lead is pretty massive now, 20,000. But as we know, none of these gold leads really matter that much.
Yeah, you're also getting to a point where Sven's gonna cap out.
Yeah.
He can drop treads for another item because of Surge, but...
I think he'll do that. If he needs, he could just get Rapier and just try to go for like the one-shot things.
He still has Moonshard as well, actually.
Yeah, he's got options here.
He still has...
He has plenty of room to grow.
He has not hit his peak just yet. So perhaps his game has not reached a peak. As a jump forward from Makoto.
That was ambitious.
Gotta be careful there, friends.
They're all about to have buyouts, and I don't really know how either side wants to approach a fight anymore. It's become so weird.
Yeah.
Whenever any team tries to go high ground, they immediately lose. And when it comes to the open field, it's a mixed bag. Really, this comes down to Cuckoo. If Cuckoo gets a good roar off, I feel like Geek Fam can win. If he doesn't, then the open space just benefits Boom's lineup so much. But the X factor is like they always have the vision advantage because they have Beastmaster.
Right.
So he should get good roars off. Just really weird position though from both sides. No one really wants to be the team to start things. So now you're in some weird like passive stalemate. And they're just waiting for objectives.
So what's left is to outmaneuver the enemy on the map.
Yeah, but we talked about how... So the reason why this game feels especially weird is because the age just doesn't matter for either team that much.
Yeah. So holding control of the map and then using that to get a Roshan doesn't actually mean that much.
Yeah, they're both going to fight around it because why not? It's something to fight around, and
it's an objective that is not high ground, which hasn't been kind for either one of the teams. So.
I think the Ags is probably the best thing by far for both sides.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong.
Getting the Ags, if I had to give it to someone, it'd be like the Lycan, and you give him like, but he doesn't have a fellow right clicker.
Yeah,
is the problem.
Who are you gonna wolf bite?
Like, who's he gonna wolf? At this point, give it to Zephyr. Like, he deserves it.
At this point, give it to no, give it to Whitemon. Because multicast Fire Blast does a lot of damage, and you could use more single target stun. Having a secondary Fire Blast would be really big.
True. And BKBs are pretty low at this point.
Yeah,
for sure. Okay, so
we really gonna wait for 60 minutes?
Think so.
Nobody wants to make that move.
How are they gonna make that move? Map control isn't even really a thing. Like, it goes both ways because Raven can just send Hawks out and then push out with his Illusion Escape, which is what he's doing so far very nicely. And he's got a Shadow Blade. Like, this just adds an extra element of...
Oh, they've got a gem. They know where Cuckoo is. This is a big pickoff because the Primal Roar is massive when it comes to controlling the Sven in these team fights for his limited 5-second BKB timing. So if they can somehow force him into a buy, that could be great. But at the same time, they may have just gotten their own pick off of Kodo, stunned by the Basher, and then follow up a baseball by Raven.
They finally get a big pick on Cuckoo. Maybe you can force a buyback. Makoto dies. It's a wash. It's a wash. So now both teams will not make a move because they each lost the core. Nothing happens off of it. Just nothing happens. I was so excited. I was like, Cuckoo died. Maybe they can go for it now.
All right, 60-minute items and level 30s.
Yes.
So we got Sven, 40 God Strength, 25% Lifesteal. Like those are like really big ones. That sounds quite nice. Level 25 is up on Ogre, so he's got the plus 300 Fire Blast damage. That's a lot.
That's a lot of damage. Okay, I think he does get the Ags.
Yeah.
The Wolf Fight is not that good, I think, considering the heroes that they have. They don't really have a fellow right clicker, so that's probably the last resort.
I mean, the crazy part is we haven't talked about the Raven neutral item, but he's got a leveler, right?
Yeah.
When games are at a stalemate like this, sometimes what defines the game is no longer a team fight, but a crazy push.
I could see him rat this game.
Yeah, I think so too. I almost think that should be his
new prerogative.
I think so. It's almost getting to that point.
I feel like his team can still win fights though.
Yeah,
I've seen them win fights.
That's true. I mean, Carl's getting more and more damage.
Carl will eventually be a beast. Like, he already is. He's insanely farmed. And Pango late game with the Ags is really, really good, as Thompson has demonstrated.
A lot of control coming from this hero, especially if you can get the Abyssal as well. I mean, you're pretty much taken away. Oh, the backing backwards. But Dreamacell did not want to commit. FBZ was calling for him to Stormhammer, but...
no, don't do that.
Dreamacell...
Makoto not alive. Bad move, bad move. Well, that Rubik actually hits really fast.
That's because he's bloodlusted right now.
Everyone's 25. Everyone's got the monies. It's about to be 60 minutes. When's Roche?
We have another 50 seconds for Roshan to spawn.
All right.
Both teams are going to play like it's up at any moment, though.
There's only one.
Hack Interceptor complete for Zephyr. What is the Darkseer? Oh, the increased wall length. What a terrible axe. Have you seen it?
No. Is it super long?
massive. It's massive.
Okay. But it doesn't do the parallels? Parallel
I mean,
walls?
if you get the parallel as a level 25 talent,
what did he take?
Then you would have 2 massive.
He took the AoE. Yeah, that's right.
Jigsaw, not going to be able to save Kensku here, but he's going to be able to get a 2-man stun. He leads it, but the Aeon Disc actually pops on his Zephyr and he gets immediately Primal Roar. They try and put a Lotus Orb on a Dreamcell, but he's still being focused down by Raven. The Abyssal Blade actually bounces back on a Raven.
He's healing.
He's healing a little bit with a Satanic. Another vacuum back in.
Oh, he actually healed enough.
He's going to be dying. And Makoto, he now makes his entrance in the fight, controlling up Carl. Carl still stunned, hit by the Impale, followed up by a nice Meteor Hammer. Hyde perfectly controls the fight. They wipe 4 from the face of the earth, and they're going to be able to get White Mod as well. Surely they've got a stun somewhere in the bank. Nope. They do not.
They were so close to killing Dreamcell there, and that would have turned the fight alone.
Okay, Roshan is up. Buybacks are available for Geek Fam.
Man, they were so close to killing him, and then he just turns, takes 2 swings, heals so much off of that. I think maybe Raven just had all in commits trying to kill him rather than getting out.
Yeah.
And who does this next Ags go to? I have to think it's, everyone else has one.
Yeah. Gotta be Grimstroke, right?
I think literally everyone else has one. All other 4 heroes, right? I might be wrong here.
I mean, yeah. You are correct in that. Even Darkseer has
There's no one else at this point. By default, he has to receive it.
All right, congratulations, Kenscute. You've been upgraded to a 4.5
So
position.
now, they are in such an advantageous position, they have to force some buybacks here.
A 40,000 net worth lead, a 20,000 experience lead. Dota Buff says you've got a 75% chance to win this thing. Vacuum, blink in, Makoto follows it up, goes straight for Zephyr. Zephyr no longer having the Aeon Disc for another 2 seconds, but he survives long enough. Gets back to the fountain, he's going to be fine. But tier 3, it is already dead. Hyde quickly burrowing back into his little hidey hole here.
They want more than just this Rax, though.
They're going to try and still hold on to the buybacks of both Carl as well as this Lycan, and buybacks mean more than an Aegis sometimes when you're next to the fountain. Tier 5 items are available. Woodland Striders and Fallen Sky. Woodland Striders, that's a popey item right there. Apologies to Boom.
All right, so with the addition of tier 4 items, this is like the X factor. Like, what do you get? All right, so Fallen Sky and Woodland Striders, like you said. Nothing picked up by Geek Fam yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay, let's see if they get any better luck. What do you think is ideal for them? I almost never see Dota get to this. All right, so Seer Stone.
So, like, Stygian Desolator would be insane for pushing.
Deso 2, yeah. Fallen Sky.
You've got Mirror Shield, which can be really insane.
Oh, Mirror Shield would be really lovely.
Apex is a classic that people go to, but I think that's really only good on Boom.
Yeah.
I don't think 75 strength for Lycan, that's good, but it's not going to change the game.
No. I think like Deso 2 for him would be really good.
Triton legitimately can be great. Book of the Dead. Do Book of the Dead on a Lycan. Oh my god.
All right, that could be it.
That's the item right there.
Well,
all right, level 30 Darkseer, by the way.
Did he get it?
He's got the parallel wall now.
He got it. He found it. And they got pirated.
Dead.
Dude, they're getting some sick drops.
Dude.
Look at it. Oh, look at this,
2 sets of level 3 Necronomicon units that last 75 seconds.
Units
have 50%
they got Mirror Shield.
more health.
Mirror Shield went on this fan. That's pretty sick. I was gonna say it's kind of one-sided right
now. Juke it, jive it with the surge, blink away, get it out, TP away.
He's out.
He's gonna be vacuumed.
He's gone.
He got vacuumed.
He doesn't have buyout. This is a pretty big pickoff.
All right.
But with the Book of the Dead here, it dies in like 1 second. Okay, the Book of the Dead's not that hype. I take that one back.
I mean, it'll be mega hype if he gets on this.
Who took the Mirror Shield? That's sick. Because of the Roar, they don't have the easiest ways to break this now either. Oh, man.
Every 8 seconds, Nyx Assassin got the Seer Stone. So he has a very long impale now. When he burrows, his impale is going to be so huge.
And they're going to go for it right now.
It's 45. Go straight for the sun on a Cuckoo. The follow-up Ether Remnant's going to be...
Cuckoo doesn't have buyout.
They need to save that. He gets back to the bounty. He's going to be okay. He's saved thanks in part to the Rolling Thunder of K.
And PSG is dead without buyout.
PSG, that's going to be pretty big. His Lincoln's going to be propped though. Dreamcell, he's trying to focus them right now. They really need a disarm right now. That's going to be the Fire Blast coming in. Chain something up Dreamcell while Raven focuses on the other heroes. He's already killed the Nyx assassin who quickly binds back. There's that gigantic parallel wall. It's hard to fight in this area. Carl, I don't think you want to be here. The Lincoln's going to be able to pop that stun coming out. He's kiting them. Okay, the sile's going to fade soon. He pops it, goes in, tries to finish off Makoto, but he can't quite do it. He does have a lie back though. Makoto, they need this kill on him, but they can't overcommit for it because he does have the Aegis.
I like what Carl's doing. He's trying to get them to overcommit to the buyout.
After Meteor Hammer, Makoto's going to die here. Carl, he buys back, gets that kill. Rolling Thunder mistimes it. Not going to be able to get the chain stun onto Makoto.
He wants more though in the back.
He's trying to get FPC. Meanwhile, Makoto, jump away. Makoto's out. He leapfrogs his way out of the team fight, out of the base, and he's home safe.
And buyback status-wise, 3 on the side of Boom Esports, just one for Geek Fam.
Level 30 on Sven and Darkseer. Level 30 soon on Void Spirit. That comes with the Dissimulate AoE stun for 3 seconds.
And with BKBs running this slow, and the amount of AoE that they have on top of that, they have multiple ways to set that up.
Yeah, I mean, he has Fallen Sky to start a stun.
Yeah, look at this.
Remnant,
Geek Fam, they're going for the win. If they could catch one of the 2 supports, they don't have buyout.
Yeah.
So you could, even if the cores have buyout, it's really the supports that are acting as the disables for them.
You just need to get the creep wave close enough to the base that it unlocks backdoor protection, and then Raven, he can just go for it. Another tier 5 item, Ex Machina. It comes with the refreshing of items, not abilities, but it does also give you a ton of armor. I think it's 20 armor. Dude, Zephyr's still rocking a keen optic. That doesn't say something about that item. Zephyr, please. Whitemon's still rocking the craggy coat, man.
So no one's going to pick up the pirate hat.
No one wants the pirate hat?
No one wants the pirate hat. To be fair, I don't think anybody...
The search for the smoke. There's going to be the blink forward. They managed to get their 2-man vacuum. There's the jump forward. Dreamcell actually canceled it. He has a Divine Rapier, by the way. They need to be able to bring down Dreamcell, kite him out, something. Zephyr, he's going to be focused on. They're going to be able to get that stun onto him. No buyback. Oh, and a missile blade. Actually bringing the soul blind there. Carl, clever use of that. And he's going to be swashbuckling on Dreamcell. They have to keep him out of this fight, out of him swinging at heroes. But Raven, he doesn't want to go for a fight at all. He's going to be running away. He's got his shadow walk. He, as wolf form, is going to be heading for the enemy base.
He's going to try to rat. He does have buyback, so he's got to make some sort of play. They've got the numbers disadvantage right now. It's 4-on-3.
Meanwhile, look at this. Carl is looking to just kill the creep wave, but they pop the glyph. They protect the creep wave. They're going to be able to
But they have no glyph now for bottom. And this is going to put them in a really weird position because Darkseer's trying to go down, but instead he's going to travels back, and Raven, in fact, makes the decision to come defend. Boom's going to go for the win here.
They're falling fast. They're going to pop the glyph now. They've hand out with the impale. Carl getting chainsaw. They need something to break this, but the silence is too much. He's now dead for 2 minutes, and it's only Raven and Cuckoo left alone. The TNT duo. Can they possibly hold this against the 5 of Boom ID? I don't think so. Cuckoo, he pops through a throne, is going to die. That is too much. Dreamcell. Boom Esports will close out Game 3 with a 54,000 net worth lead.
Our Dragonite also is not gonna die, especially with the Dragon form on. We didn't talk about Slark. He is the biggest winner of this. Completely free farms on the bottom lane, just one great band going straight into that Diffusal Blade. What about SF then? He bought like 6 mangoes at least already.
Forsaken your families, but your actions
Pango? Pango? Even with that atrocious ulti from Pangolier, they still managed to get a double kill. Surprised that TA didn't fully commit on killing Shadowfin. She understood that there's gonna be some kind of rotation and they have no vision uphill, but she needed one extra hit to finish him off. Radiant controlling both of the outposts, so no XP for RNG.
under attack.
An honorable device.
I think the build on Shadowfin this game is drums into BKB. Talked about the physical damage build. He gets extra value from Bloodlust.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's gonna get Dragonite closer to his Shadow Blade, and then they can start playing aggressive. On the side lanes with the Pangolier, there's a ton of kill potential. Same goes for Shadowfin. Dragon Knight does not have ulti, so they will try to get a pick off before. He also revealed his Shadow Blade, bought the amulet before, so they knew which item he's going for. Man, Super needs levels. He's level 5, only 1 point in Bloodlust at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a free tower for them. Or is it? They just left.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lich is still level 5. I don't think they can take this fight.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here comes Lark.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One blade.
My vigor was never.
Flywind needs to step up. He's missing so many of those rolls. He only connects to once, if even once. And it's in the river, so he should be able to get multiple bounces off.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Like never ever. He's just gonna be level 5 then, I don't know.
Precious bounty. Amazing what you found.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nether Shoal picked up.
Dire's structures are
But
fortified.
he's still keeping it. Magic resistance. What? $70 each. They picked up 4. 280, but it's 1100.
Dire are scanning.
I got it in the end.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Falafel.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Sentinel's having all the free farm in the world, but you, at least in the laning stage, but you did not feel his presence at all.
Dire's bottom tower is fallen.
Talking about timings, Heaven's Halberd, BKB on Shadowfin, plus 4 points in Lucky Shot, which means that there's gotta be a lot of disarm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Every single time you kill TA, it feels like she suffers way more than other heroes because of the way that she can flash farm.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, we've seen that before.
Radiant's courier has been killed. They can't. There's no Pangolier. I already told him once, dude. Yeah, just kidding. You know, but he needs to be using that Rolling Thunder much efficient. There's no Dragon form in the next couple of seconds, so this is the timing that LGD. Do they have a Deso? Yeah, they do. It's just finished on T8. They might rush into Roche Pit. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That should help.
For the dead.
Radiant are scanning.
They can't take a fight without the Dragon form.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
You talked about Manta style on Shadowfin. He might still switch it. I'm not a big fan on Manta on this hero in general, but in the situation where he can dispel the meld, dispel Deso, and Cursed Crown after the BKB is gone, it's very important.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has
Mid
fallen.
lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Is out.
He's picking out the ward that does not exist, or he wants to have a ward at that cliff so that he sees rotation while he's sieging a tier 1 tower on the mid. It's a lot of pings, LGD, and they called the first game in 14 minutes, and this is not looking good now. Effects buildings from Shadowfin plus Dragonite, that's a ton of damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
maybe he's not having a game. 1-3-0. He just lost the Aegis, which shuts him down completely. The Aegis would be up and running for 2.5 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling.
Needs to use 2 ultis and the BKB to get Slark back to
Dire's
safety.
top tower is under attack.
And now they know. No Stampede, no Slark, BKB, no Shadow Dance. Lich forced to use a buyback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's bottom barracks. Radiant's bottom barracks.
And that's it. Seems like the game is... this game's done.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So the whole point of this best of 3 was whoever gets Dragon Knight wins. Is that it?